on that one. Yeah, I've been messing with some stuff off stream, so I need to reload with the correct mod list. Yeah, it's interesting to see. Like, it's one of those games that I've had a lot of people have been like, oh, we'd love to see Tomb pop on stream for a while at some point. You know, kind of a fun thing with that, just as like a one-off. Which is why we made it a goal for the, not the charity, the streamathon. Because one of those things I'm like, okay, with the nature of the content I normally do, I fully expected that to be a lower viewership thing. And that's just multiplayer stuff and all that. Part of the reason why when we do like collabs with like Ultrasource and a bunch of others is since we are bringing our mutual audiences in, it does have that benefit of just the fact that like while we are within our own channels having a lower viewership, the mutual viewership kind of helps make up for it. But, you know, Tomb doesn't stream. There's all that. But anyways, where we left off here, I apparently have someone who needs medical attention. Oh, right, we had just finished a raid, and, like, it all went fine. But we're doing the Adam and Eve challenge that we've got going on. The entire idea with it is we have our two parents, which is, I believe, Donkey Duff and Vortis? Yeah, Donkey Duff and Vortis. Those are the adults here, and everyone else are children here. I've got these three. They were here to help with a raid, I believe. Is that already done? I think we already did that, but I'm not sure. Anyways, we are playing a bit of an exotic map going on here. That it is a water source gorge. Oh, yeah, you're just getting out of here. That's fine. So we're doing a water source gorge, and we're just working on it. But as you can see, the colony is growing a whole lot. Should Tomb be on more streams? Pull up. Oh yeah, well I mean, she doesn't stream yet. No, I don't think she has an interest in like streaming as a thing. I actually debated for tonight, sitting down with her, getting OBS set up and everything, and doing like the stream together and all that. But I was going to do that today, and she had to unfortunately replace her phone. It got water damaged and all that. And so she was really stressed most of today because she thought she had lost like all of her pictures and contacts and everything. Which included pictures of a family member who passed away earlier this year. Luckily we did recover everything, but there was definitely a rough ride while that was uncertain. So of these, fast learner is just good for everything. Trigger happy can actually be a really good trait as well. We still want more Tomb? Oh yeah, no, that's like I said, I think my plan is that we will play through the entire game of Split Fiction. Yeah. Oh no, that was beginning of the year. Yeah, that's we both left for like a week where there was no streams while we were sorting that out. But it was definitely one of those things for like the last 2 days with our phone not working that we were trying to dry it out to see if we could save it. And it didn't happen, but she was definitely very stressed out that she would have lost all her contacts and all our photos and all that. Like, it was a big thing when it started working. Okay. So with that, I'm gonna give Trigger happy, and I'm gonna lean in for you to be someone who could be a solid shooter. I don't remember what else we still need around here. I'm gonna grab construction out of these three, because I don't know which else I should be prioritizing, but that's fine. Because we got the kids growing up one by one. Obelisk duplicate. So we now have a duplicate of Groot's twig. So what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a number of negative side effects. It could be that only one of them can live. It could be that the clone has... There's a, I forget what it's called, where their organs start failing and all that. It's a lot of stuff that can happen. So having the cloning without the other stuff is a real big toughie. But in the meantime, they can help around here. The downside is because it is a new colonist, I have to go through and set all this stuff. Alright, so that's fine for you. Meanwhile, it was... I've already forgotten who was just literally aged up 2 seconds. It was Kalaria. Yeah, so Clara grew up just a second ago. Okay, cool. So Groot's here is going to be moved over there, and we need to get you a weapon. And meanwhile, let's zoom in on here. Copy your settings. So link, paste, storage, weapons. Okay, so I already have it where it won't allow biocode weapons, so I'd chuck that outside. Yeah, because we got all excited yesterday, or not yesterday, but like the last stream, because I got that Hellcat to drop, and it's like, heck yeah, a Hellcat, and then ended up being biocoded, which is a real big tease. In the meantime, we did get you a revolver. That's better than nothing. But as you can see, the number of colonists is steadily climbing. Let's see. We have everyone restricted to the home zone. I genuinely don't remember. I think this raid we're waiting on. We'll see. Toon Rest? Oh yeah, more Tomb? Yeah, no, Tomb's a lot of fun. We did the entirety of... Oh, what's the other one? We did the entirety of It Takes Two together, but that was like, I think either right before I started streaming. It was somewhere around there, but I didn't end up doing it on stream. I'm pretty sure we didn't do it on stream. Man, I had fun with that. But yeah, and that's been, for those who don't know what's going on, like, one, the cosplay is for the charity. The charity, last I checked, is at $550 that we've raised. And I said if we got over $500, the next stream... Well, I said the remainder of the stream we crossed it on, I would do it, and then the next stream, that way if it got through in the last 5 minutes, it wasn't just the 5 minutes. So technically we hit the 500 after stream, because I had an amount that I had planned to chuck into the pile myself, and I'm the one who pushed it up to 500 by putting in that amount. And so I put us over the finish line and all that, which is fun, because I kind of wanted to do it anyways. And then we had another person donate, like, after hours kind of thing. But yeah, anyways, so what we got going on here? So with this challenge, I'm not allowed to take any colonists that aren't just, like, the kids of Donkey Duff and Fortis. So everyone you see here, other than Donkey Duff and Fortis, are children of Donkey Duff and Fortis. So we have 16, so we actually had 14 children that have happened in this colony. With that said, we do have 3 guests for a quest, but they'll get out of here as soon as that quest's done. And Lardine... Ah, we got muscle parasites going on. Man. Cassie's been mean. Our babies are catching all of the, like, diseases going on here. All the flus and malarias and muscle parasites have been targeting the babies again and again. Which, one good thing we got going on is we've been highly dependent on the dryads for most of this run. We did finally get the Biofairy generators online. I don't really have enough stuff to keep that going smoothly, but we're working on it. So with that, my dependence on wood has been dramatically reduced. You'll notice we don't actually have the wood generator over here. I'll probably also get rid of the chem fuel generator at some point, but oh, you're taking a wounded guest out of here? Well, thank you, man. I don't remember who the wounded guest was, but okay. Alright, so we did just unlock advanced rituals. We'll do serum synthesis, because there is a good chance eventually I'm going to want to make sure I have some Mind Numb serum ready. Because if we do ever take a loss, the big negative we have with everyone being related to everyone is we will run into the problem that, like, say it's a minus 15 bonus for 30 days when a family member dies. It means I will literally have a minus 15 on everyone for 30 days. And there are stacking stuff, and usually that's one of those things that they can kind of feed into themselves, where you have, like, 2 colonists get lost in a thing, so everyone's got a minus 30, so moods become hard to manage, and that ends up causing you to lose another person. Then you got minus 45 for like another 15 days. And you get where this is going, that it just can kind of snowball. I remember in the last attempt we did of this, where I think I got up to 20-something kids, that we lost 3 colonists in a really bad impet raid. And that was just kind of the, like, when I say it was the beginning of the end, the whole colony was basically in a perpetual break. That we did the math. Crumbling Mind. All right, so that's basically what we got going on with this Groot's. So what's going to end up happening with the Groot's Twig clone is that they are ultimately going to have Crumbling Mind, which will massively penalize their consciousness. So what's probably going to happen with poor Groot's here, because Crumbling Mind is one of the only conditions that is unfixable without... I think the only way to fix it is to decapitate them and then resurrect them. So realistically, they're going to become a dedicated hauler, probably. I will keep them, but it is just a thing that their ability to function in the colony is going to be horrifically penalized. Yeah, and I don't think we have any serums that can help. Like, we don't have a resurrection serum or a mech healing thing. I don't have a natural healing, and the Twisted Obelisk can't help them either. So, blind healer? We don't have blind healer. I also wouldn't be allowed to take a blind healer because they're a colonist from outside my colony. It's against the rules for me to take anyone outside my colony. So the only way Groot's Twig gets through that is if we get a mech healing serum specifically. Which I do not believe... We had one opportunity to get one way earlier, but it was one of those, like, really, really dangerous events that it was just, like, one mech healing serum for something that could very well wipe the colony, and it's just like, you know what, it's fine. Yeah, so you don't worry about doctoring. And for right now, I'll leave you on all the other stuff. But yeah, the Groot's Twig... Do you have freezing pods? No. And unfortunately, if there is an ancient danger, we don't know where it is. It's one of the downsides of having all the mountains. There could be 4 ancient dangers on this stuff. And there's tricks. If you ever wonder, I could take Citric here and grab their weapon. And if it says no, it means it's a hollow spot. So you could actually go through here and search for ancient dangers. Yes, there is an ancient danger in here somewhere. But I'm not going to worry about it. Or like a pocket in the caves. Yeah, so there's an ancient danger way back there, but I'm not gonna... We wouldn't have the time to mine all the way back in there to get it anyways. Alright, we got research. So the random research rolled anomaly, so we can't do it. Okay, so you've got air conditioning. And that's important because now that we have air conditioning, that does mean I have the ability here to set this up. Oh, don't do that. Link, storage. Right now, low, and we want everything, well, clear all. We'll set it for low and then foods for right now, because it doesn't have anything in there yet. So we're just going to leave it there, because I don't have enough power to run the ACs, and then I already don't have enough of the, anomaly things to keep that going. I'm mostly waiting for this to get sorted. Yeah, so basically Groot's is going to live here, but unfortunately they are going to get to the point where they can barely function because Crumbling Mind will take hold and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. So that is the unfortunate reality. I'll probably end up pushing them towards melee or something like that and just leave them as a hauler. It is a high-risk thing for that pawn, but it is like... Normally this is a pawn you'd probably just go up and banish, or you cryogenically freeze them, or whatever. We just don't have the ability to do that, because we did find that there's an ancient danger way over there. Even if I wanted to try to beeline for it, mining through that whole thing, then getting in there, clearing it, and getting him into the pod, Crumbling Mind would have already taken over. You don't get a whole lot of time on Crumbling Mind. Yeah, so you're working on the Dryads. And that Dryad I've stopped taking care of. We also have our Cave Alpaca. Everyone knows the natural habitat of the alpaca is in the bowels of a deep cave. There we go. Solar Flare. Okay. And we're also running the random research and no research mods. I did find, on another save, I experimented with the semi-random research, and you can just set to automatically choose and it works the same. I haven't messed with the anomaly stuff in it, but it does seem to be working from what I tested off stream. Alright, growth moment for Server Lord. Okay, we got some real good winners here. So you've got, alright. Very neurotic, hard worker, those do stack. So this one's gonna be a menace. It's not quite as good as if we had gotten Industrious there. So this is 100% going to be a crafter. That's what this person will be doing here. They will be a crafter. I'm gonna grab a bunch of other stuff just to have the range of passions. But yeah, there's zero way we don't make Server Lord a crafter. So let's see. Server Lord here. That's fine. Work. You also get medical. You can also warden. Low priority on the cooking. Low priority. You can't hunt because of your weapon. Yeah, you're a crafter. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. Hard worker and very neurotic together. So very neurotic is one of the very rare traits in RimWorld that it has both positive and negative bundled in one. That it makes it so it takes less to give you a mood break, but it makes your people work 40% faster when they're doing a type of work, like crafting. And it does stack with other stuff, so if you do, for example, have very neurotic industrious together, that can be an absolutely absurd pawn in just how ridiculously fast they can get stuff done. You combine that with like a genie or someone you've gotten elongated fingers on it for, I think that's a 5 or 10% manipulation bonus, and then give them like Archotech arms or whatever. And it's like literally they go to the bench and they just start doing that, and the bar just goes plunk, thing done, move on. One person with all those stats can basically run a fabrication bench to the point you just don't even need to worry about it. Alright, the dangerous animals are mostly up here. We got the lynx, the jaguar, and the cougar. Yeah, so right now all we're working on is, one, apparently food. I don't know why we're struggling on the meals, but that's okay. Yeah, so you're up to moderate. The big thing is you'll notice here is the consciousness. That's the one that really makes Crumbling Mind so terrible. Because consciousness will affect every other action they do, so it will reach a point that Groots doesn't move around very fast and can't work on stuff very fast. So it kind of doesn't matter what they do, they become bad at basically everything. Which again is why most of the time when people get a Crumbling Mind and it gets away, they'll just banish the colonist, or that'll be the colonist that they make do the things that pretty much nearly guarantee death. Oh man. Alright, so that's for Hornet. I don't remember who Hornet is. No, but seriously, who the heck is Hornet? Where are you? Yeah, you're good. Oh, the Vanometric Power! I forgot that was coming. And that was the one where it's like the enemies? Okay, so with that, we can go here to our schedule, unrestrict all the adults. Those three who are helping out just ditched. And what we're gonna go ahead and do here, we're gonna mine a little tunnel into that wall. And the reason I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna install the Vanometric Power inside the wall and then seal it off. because I believe those never end up needing to be repaired. So we take the time to run a power cable into the wall and then seal it off. It means I got permanent power that I never have to worry about something destroying. And then just like that, we go right here. And we got ourselves a nice extra... Also, seal them? Yeah, that's thing. So that basically means I got 1,000 more watts of power and nothing to worry about. Okay, so we do have one of the hostile factions is... Let's see. Wait, what? Oh, it's actually saying, yeah, so we send Doppelganger to their trade talks. They'll be happy. Where are those peace talks from here? All the way up there? How far is that for a caravan? Okay, that's a pretty long caravan. We will consider doing that. Actually, which faction's that for? Moipwu? Moipwu is the pigs. The pigs are worth doing that. They bring lots of explosives, so I do like to get them to not be my enemies because it's aggravating to have to deal with all the explosives again and again. So we're good here, and we talked about needing some stuff that uses more power. Right. The air conditioners. That'll work. So temperature. Meanwhile, I'm going to pop you in here real fast because I want to hold that door open. Because for those who don't know, this is a pretty cool trick. Weirdly, doors don't actually have a value for heat, so if you dump the ACs into an open door, as long as it's fully enclosed, literally it doesn't generate heat. Like, it'll just, basically they're nullifying the heat. So I just need them to get that done. And in the meantime, it's gonna be time to start moving all of our break room stuff into this room, and then this is going to become a freezer. Yep, and so it should cool this space down to like 0 degrees. Well, that's interesting. It is heating that up, and it's not supposed to do that. Did they fix that? Because that shouldn't be heating up, but it certainly is. Yeah, both of them staying at high power use. And they are cooling it off, but... That's not working the way I remember it. Am I doing this wrong? Because that was the whole thing I remembered. As long as I had a door, and you funneled it into an open door, then the heat just didn't happen. I wonder if they quietly fix that at some point. It's either that or I'm just misremembering, because that's not going to work like that then. And unfortunately, there's nowhere for me to vent that far back. Because no, I've abused that once or twice in the past. Yeah, because that's not going to do us any good here. Well, crap. That's not what's supposed to happen. That means that won't work for my freezer, which means this whole design's bad. So, the alternative way you deal with the freezer is we would just go up here, make the freezer go to this area, you dig the ceiling out, and then you vent out there. Which would still work. I could easily just move the freezer down there. Oh, the problem I'm gonna run with that is if I build inside this thing's radius, then it will stop working for me. Like this area, it'll just penalize it. Here, it'll just stop working entirely. I have not left myself with a good place to put a freezer then. Well, crap. So clearly that's not working. I don't remember why, because it remembers the whole thing. You can basically choose one of those, surround it with ACs, and it just worked fine. And if I vented it out into a hallway, it would literally block the whole thing. That kind of really makes the freezer thing a situation. And I can put a freezer like way back here, but that's just away from everything. I also could just go without a freezer. That is certainly an option. I wonder if I turn just one of these on? Can you vent into another closed room? I can vent it into other rooms, and it will work as a means of warming up another room, which might not be the worst idea. Yeah, so it's basically gets up to a certain temperature. Okay, so what we're going to try doing here is we're going to turn that off. And while I don't really like doing it this way, I'm going to mine out 2 tiles here, so this effectively vents out into this hallway. We end up needing to warm this space up anyways, so that might just be okay. And then see if that'll work. I imagine that'll make it fairly inefficient, but we're kind of in this weird situation where I had planned for this to be the freezer, and I don't remember what I'm doing wrong with this trick. It's fine either way. Because part of the other thing is that makes it so you don't have to worry about them attacking the ACs. It was Angie Rue, I believe, is our mining person. So you can do that. And I'll toggle the power on these again. Okay. You remember it heats the door a bit, but not too much? Yeah, it's just not cooling down the space at all, versus now it is. It was hanging at about 30 because the doorway got too hot. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. We're effectively using it as a really crappy heater for this big area here. I think that's okay. What we'll probably want to do, though, is I am going to put a vent there. And that's just that way if anything pops in here, it can't just immediately attack those. Yeah, so temperature's juggling a lot there, but that's fine. Interestingly enough, that does seem to be causing the temperature to rise significantly more in this hallway. I can live with that, though. Yeah, because my fear is otherwise, if we have stuff here, people go in and smash their way through the ACs, they'll target those out of their way. So the vent gives me at least a little bit. I think the AC, or the air vent, just restricts the airflow enough. Alright, so with that, storage, you are now important. So all the food is now starting to go in here. So now it's time to start switching over our break room. Over to this room. So that way it's nearby our food. And then with that, we can go ahead and make some stuff like, we'll go ahead and make like the pool table and that kind of stuff as we're able to. Kind of move up from the stuff we've got in here. I'm going to keep the school bench, school desk and all that in there. We can end our sculpture here. For right now, we reinstall you. Be over here. Mega screen TV. Put it over there. Keep that stuff in for the crib. I think the harp gives a bonus to everyone, so let's go ahead and drop it right in the middle. And we can put the party and the wedding spot in here. Okay, so when they get all that out, we should be in relatively good shape. We'll also want to go in here, paint the floors, grab the green. And we'll grab the other color. Okay. Because then what won't matter right now, we can go ahead and plan for a marble billiard set. And a marble poker table. We don't actually have any fabric at the moment. Alright, we don't care about that. You can get this out of here. The diplomacy would be a good one to do. Middle of winter, I'm a little bit worried about trying to send somewhat into the hypothermia kind of risk. We also aren't actually doing that great when it comes to a lot of the other things going on food-wise. Okay, it's all male alpaca right now. So the alpaca will be good because that gives us a source of alpaca wool. Meanwhile, furniture, where are the couches? I have to wait till we get more like alpaca wool, that kind of stuff, to see if we can't put chairs there. Meanwhile, those two lights should be enough to cover the whole room. And then with that, we'll have our break room set up. And part of the reason I wanted to do that is, one, just to keep things moving. And also, two, now we have kind of a nursery. So that's kind of nice. Now put a statue in the middle. Alright, so we get that all working. How is our power line? It's already running through here. We'll need to build a new light over this way. And a new one over here. Because then we could do here. To reinstall that stove there. And I'm going to build a copy. So we can start putting all our meals up here as well. I should also go to furniture. Slate. Because then I'll put a shelf for the stuff. Alright, we got a mech cluster with an EMI has appeared nearby, so that's one we can't really wait on, unfortunately. So we can go there, we're going to come back, accept. And who is going to go? So Citric should probably go as one of our main melee pawns. And then for another one of our adults running in here. It's honestly hard to tell some of the kids from adults from this screen. We'll send Doppelganger. Okay, so get them going. Because that EMI is going to cause us problems if we don't get it resolved. Yep, so go out there, have them deal with that. Once that's done, I might send the caravan out to do the peace talks, because like I said, it would be good to get friends with the pigmen, just because then I don't have to worry about them rolling in with a big pile of grenades and all that, and, you know, where even when you win, they end up destroying everything nearby, and it becomes a whole thing. Alright. Yeah, temperature's too cold here. I do think I'm going to try putting a heater down here to see if we can't keep these rooms warm. Probably should build that right now while we're waiting. And all that good stuff. That's just all going to take time. And then once they're back, we should be good to poke the anomaly stuff again, because as I mentioned, we are slowly running ourselves out of bioferrite, which is a problem because that's my main power. So I need more things that go bump in the night to lock in the cellar. Okay. Alright, so you're hauling stuff, that's fine. I was like, need warm clothes, you're like, please, do not make the warm clothes there. Alright, so good news, that's 60%. That's still pretty bad. Oh, that means I can't haul or any of that. Well, I guess we got our dedicated artist. Roots Twig, you just became our main artist and all that. Hey, Sadu, how's it going? And it's technically morning in the late at night kind of morning. But it's good times. Okay, so we got a little bit more till they arrive to get rid of this EMI. I'm doing pretty good. Just finished up a segment we were doing with my wife, Toom, where we played Split Fiction. So that was a lot of fun. Proper DGen hours? Yeah, I stream proper DGen hours. Alright, so it's the EMI Dynamo. Those are the peace talks. So, let's do something that's got a little bit of risk. So with the peace talks, you want Doppelganger to go there. So Doppelganger's already out here. So what we can try doing is... Oh, is it fun? Yeah, no, we had a good time. Like, it's not one of those games that people are looking for right now on Twitch, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, so what I'll try to do is, assuming I've got enough food, I might have Doppelganger try to divert over there. Yeah, it says you have 19 days of food. So yeah, so what we'll try to do is divert over here the moment they're done there. To see if we can't do the peace talks in one round trip. And see what we can do with all that. Starvation on a bunch of you, which is a real problem. I'd say almost all of your followed streams are either Oblivion or Claire. Yeah, I mean, well, you got the two big games that rolled out here, so let's go ahead and drop you two. Put the baby down for a minute. What we're gonna do here real fast is you are running out of food. We're gonna try and quickly run up here. And we're gonna kill a couple of the animals up here real fast. To see if we can't score some quick food. I know, major break risk because everybody's hungry. Let's try and kill a handful of dangerous animals here. Did the warg run off the map? No, where's the warg at? Warg's over there. Alright, so I'm trying to go really fast to get rid of the lynx and the warg. And then just kill a bunch of the other ones, because people are actively starving, so we do need to get them food. Okay. I think that'll be fine. You prioritize hunting that. Haul this home. Haul that home. I know, everyone's about to break. Okay, because we do that, that'll give us an influx, and we're pretty close to what we need. For our cook... Start butchering that immediately so people can eat. That should be enough food to last us the better part of a day. Okay, Donkey Duff is going to go butcher. That's fine. The big thing is that food is still coming in. Why are you not... Oh, because you're having a break. Yeah, because these are pretty close to growing. They're not getting much progress right now because the EMI means that they're too cold, so they're growing slowly. Climate adjuster. So they'll go ahead and they would do a thing. I don't really care about these ones. I'm gonna actually skip on that one. Food's already a problem, and I've already got a caravan going out doing a bunch of stuff. So throwing out another caravan thing is a bit much. Let's see, oh, what I missed that Chester LaRue asked? Can you vent it into another closed door? I don't think so. Because it was a thing that basically doors didn't contain heat of their own, so that was the trick. Is by not having another space it could dump the heat into, it would just kind of have this, like, null heat room. Alright, so let's grab you two. I'm not seeing a proximity sensor of any kind. Alright, so this will bring the EMI and all that. Not sure how it is now, but last you played, it could be used to make a burn box or trap bugs. There was a number of ways you could very rapidly heat up a room. And I've known people who have done stuff like made like super duper cold rooms that you could like literally hypothermia people to death by using series of ACs to take it farther and farther. Okay, so grab you two. Start running you out of here. That's fine. I don't want to keep him here any longer than I need to. So it says you still have 11 days to food. So I'm going to have you two visit the peace talks. That takes the EMI back offline. We should be able to start cooking food again. Donkey Duff's dealing with that. Back at starvation with people. Who is our farmer and why are they not getting that done? It's probably muscle parasites. Oh, I think I sent our farmer out of here. In the meantime, Conrad, get to helping with the farm. And Luxray, you run support. Because we get you two on that should bring us enough food in for a little while to help out. So we need another farmer. That's what we need. So when we have someone else age up, we need someone else to be added to dealing with plants. Because now I got a bunch of food laying on the ground, so that'll help. And then we did get another one of these heating up. We're almost at the point that... Yeah, so I couldn't put down another heater. Yeah, so this is warming up this space to be a bit more, so that should keep them growing. Because that was one of the things we were running into, is the growing was stopping just because it was getting down to freezing temperature, and that's enough to stop the nutrient fungus from growing. And actually, we technically can't keep the power running in all of it. We're slightly over our power need. Okay, and you're still assigned to this. Right, so this shelf in here, you're going to be critical for baby food. So the baby food is right there with all that. So we've got ourselves a dedicated nursery. So that's lovely to see. We're working on this room here. I've got all the stuff queued up. But I am going to need a better source for fabrics for clothing. We'll also end up needing cotton. Realistically, for that, we'll probably end up getting hydroponics. And I'll have like 1 or 2 benches that'll be medicine, 1 or 2 benches that'll be cotton, 1 or 2 benches that'll be the dye. You get the idea. I'll have a bunch of those like little things I would like some of coming in at all times. And get those to augment that. We won't use it for food. And the alpaca are now starting to starve, which isn't super helpful. You're set to critical, right? No, you are set to important. I'll set you to critical. What does Rual Storge mean? Nothing in particular. It doesn't have a special meaning or isn't a reference to anything. It was just a name I came up with when I was a teenager. I went to play Ultima Online. I was like, that sounds like a human name. And that's pretty much what it is. So it doesn't draw from something. It's not a nod at something. It just sounded like a name to me when I was like 19. Mysterious Cargo. Okay, so we can get a book that'll get us up to 12 gunplay. And the plants training thing. Or a marine helmet. I'm gonna take the book. Come on, be a spine. Ah, it's the golden cube. Okay, so haul that back right away. Now we'll get it out of here. We got a skill trainer for plants. So you're a researcher. I don't specifically have someone in mind for plants right now, so I'm gonna haul that back. And where did the book go? And there's the book, so haul the book back. Because that'll be a good book to have, because everyone will get just a little bit. You love Cube? Yeah, the problem is Cube, while it's a good source of advanced research, it is just one of those things that's going to create more and more problems, that the easiest way to deal with the cube is to just immediately walk it off the tile and get rid of it before people start going berserk and all that. And it just means I have like 1 or 2 pawns who end up going comatose after, what is it, like 30 or 60 days of no cube. But you have to drop it in your storage before it'll let you caravan out. Okay, so world, grab you, form caravan, walk 1 tile, accept, items, cube, and who's going? For right now, Mandible, get out of here. You don't know, too, Rual feels like a typo for Rual? Yeah. Hey, Leafy Pew. It's good to see you. Thanks for the Gigantify of a very, very aggressive-looking Randy. Us in italics emote? That's fantastic. Pixel art Randy. But it's good seeing you. Yeah, so just gonna walk the cube out of here, chuck it on the ground, and walk back. And whoever got interested in the cube will then, after X number of days, will fall unconscious. Okay, and we don't need to go any farther. We just go items. No. Nope. Go home. And the cube has been managed. Huh, that was a close one, chat. Really touch and go there for a minute. So one thing I eventually want to do is get our invisibility detection somewhere like way up here. Like run a power line along here and just tuck it in the wall. That's gonna be a little tricky with all the water here. Because I mean, it could certainly run it the whole way around, but if we go in the mines and all that, that's the whole thing. But the the hidden cables, I don't think it can put along here without building a bridge. And if we build a bridge, the enemy will likely light a fire on it. So right now I've got this one. But for a lot of stuff, so that'll be a too little too late kind of sensor. It's better than nothing. But if we get up here, that'd be good. Peace talks successful. The talks were successful. The delegates reached mutual understanding in several substantial issues. Relations with Moipu have improved by 60, and the negotiator has gained a crap ton of experience on social. Cool, get home. Waterproof power cables. The problem is that they're waterproof, they can get the ZZT event. So I can run them, but then we have to worry about the event starting fires again, which might be just what we do, is we just cut across some waterproof there. That might genuinely be what we do here, so like little tuck in there. And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams, not miss a single one, so I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the streams. So let's plan to have the cable go under there. Oh, interesting. I have to mine that out first before let me run the power cable more. Like, it was going to mine it out either way, but it wouldn't let me queue it up until we did that. Oh, I'm going to have to go wide enough around that, so... Alright, change the plan. Forget all that I just queued up. Forget it. Get it out of here. And Infinity Simplex at a 55 stream streak, I really do appreciate it. Maybe a single generator and a battery for it. I could do something, but most of those generators I gotta run back and forth to. I would definitely just like to wire it up to that and not have to worry about it. Like, if I got an unstable power core, I could see doing something like that, ramming the unstable power core and that in there, and then walling it in. I mean, probably just have a door or whatever. Fluffy breakdowns? I have no idea what a fluffy breakdown is. Let's see, remember one streamer getting 5,000 cubes through TTK because a viewer thought it'd be some kind of resource out of it which can build stuff? Oh no. So we're gonna move along. We are allied with them, I just don't have anything to trade. And then food's starting to get sorted out, which is good. But it does look like one of the kids is going to definitely need to be moving into other stuff. Yeah, I think realistically what's going to happen is we're going to have to keep expanding the base so we can get over here. And then, like I've got here, we're tucked inside the base as I've got the invisibility detector. Get it up here where we can have a visibility detector up there somewhere as well. There's going to be a lot of sorting through all that. Oh. And Ibex has decided to die. Congratulations, friend. Your death has been approved. Okay. Getting our bed going in there, so we got our bedroom sorted out. Okay, we are actually getting art done. Oh, right. I always forget. It's one of those things I just assume I need better. Obelisk type progress. You've learned more about the obelisk. The device has the power to duplicate intelligent creatures. In theory, you could produce duplicates without limit. The obelisk appears damaged and unstable, so its energy rises unless suppressed. If it were to fully activate, it would go into a duplication loop, chaotically pumping out large numbers of flawed human duplicates. Donkey Duff thinks it might be possible to shut it down safely, but it would need more time to study. That's fine. I don't think I'd be able to abuse the duplication obelisk this time. We have had that option to do so in the past. For whatever reason, I always think I need the higher tech bench here. I want to... Oh, it's not the right bench. That's what's going on. But I don't actually need to do that. Is that the only one? Okay. Cool. Because that puts it on our list. We should also probably get to the point now. Do I have the spare power? No, because we're using every bit of power we get as we get it. Sure, let's duplicate even more of our giant horde of kids. Yeah, my big thing is the duplications most of the time have a negative. And if you get the person as unnatural healing, that is a way to just abuse the crap out of the duplication obelisk. Because most of the negatives you can just unnatural healing away. You know, other than the hostile person, which you just gun them down and be done with it. But in this particular case, it's like, okay, well, I can't really fully take advantage. Deconstruct all those ship parts. Deconstruct all those ship parts, because we can use components now. But yeah, so most likely I will just shut that thing down. We're going to have more than enough colonists without duplication being a thing. That honestly has been one of the ones I've wanted to abuse the most, is just like get a generically really strong pawn, like get effectively a homemade perfect pawn, and then just duplicate them endlessly. And just, you know, man, what is it? Is it Gary? No. Jerry? Who was the one in one of the Fallout vaults where it's just nothing but clones of the same guy? Yeah, it is Gary. Just make a perfect pawn that's Gary, and just have an entire colony of Gary. That was a weird one. I am not running Combat Expanded. Okay, so Luxray is the one who's eventually going to black out from being denied the cube. No, generally I don't run any mods that significantly change gameplay. Anti-spam, you think? Yeah. It's the first time I've seen that pop up where I was like, hey, this is the auto mods trying to auto-detect kind of thing. Because they've got a thing that's supposed to be trying to make it detect certain abuse kind of stuff, and that certain time I saw his flag that I believe is trying to anti-spam. I agree. But it was just everyone being like Gary. So I might have to go in there and slap it down and be like, hey, tone it down, like, it's fine. It's essentially heuristics. Yeah. It's something they added a little while ago, but, you know, I haven't gotten to tinker with much, and it hasn't done literally anything for as long as it's been turned on for me. That's, I think, the very first time I saw it flag. Maybe future challenge, prepare carefully, your perfect pawn. You get one pawn, solo naked survival, and you can only expand through duplication. The only catch is, for that to work, I need some way to counter the negative effects. Because the negative effects is Mind Crumble we can live with. It's a pretty horrible penalty, but is still usable. There's one where you get Duplication Sickness, where both pawns will eventually go comatose until one of them dies. There is the one where it comes out hostile, you just shoot them and that take care of that. And then there's one where they can come out where they will have gradual organ failure. And it always does choose a combination that would be fatal. One healing mech serum at the start. That would be one for one iteration rotation when everyone says schedule. Everyone to safe zone. So you're playing a run where everyone gets enslaved until they love the solo start pawn. That's certainly a choice, I guess. That's a weird one. Cube Obsession on Luxray. Yep, that's fine. We ate a bunch of pineapple because it was starting to ferment in places. It need to be now before you need to learn how to turn it into some type of drink. It burned your lips. Yup. Too much pineapple can be pretty rough. Yeah, no, I think the only way around it would be... So we think about the cloning. Yeah, the Healing Mech Serum is certainly a way to do it. One would allow me to do one clone, but that would be the end of it. And Healing Mech Serum is nowhere near frequent enough to make it work for more than one copy. The only one I think it could really get around is unnatural healing, like giving yourself an unnatural healing pawn right from the start to like support it. You could potentially use the mutation obelisk to fix the organ failure one, but it would not help with crumbling mind or the cloning sickness. I was thinking, like, bioregeneration's another one, but the problem is you have to tune your bioregeneration thing. And so you'd need a ton of them to make that work. So unfortunately, I don't think there's a workaround. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is getting yourself unnaturalling right out the gate is super powerful. But for a cloning-based colony, that's really the only thing that works for long term. Some of them probably just die. Well, that's the thing. If you look at the outcomes, the crumbling mind, you can't heal, so you get a bunch of colonists who would be at, what is it, 60% consciousness, which is severe because that's 50 or 60% movement speed, 60% manipulation, 60% eating, 60% everything. Genuinely, that pawn, if we get a bad enough psychic drone, will literally drop dead from loss of consciousness. So that's one, like, that's usable, but pretty awful. You have the cloning sickness, which means I'd have to murder someone, like murder the clone. And then you also have the organ failing kind of thing. Death refusal probably helps. Ooh. So death refusal would potentially give us options. Because I imagine with death refusal, that would be the way you could probably work around the cloning sickness, because you'd kill them. The organ failure thing, I actually don't really know the death refusal interactions with that. I imagine what it would be is you'd go through and systematically remove the organs until the very last one. That would then be fatal, and then death refusal kicks in and resurrects them And then that could potentially work. What else could we do? Let's say, you think duplicate sickness affects every clone at the same time? Possibly need to look. My understanding, it was only the original and the duplicate that's shared with it. Because I've abused duplication before when he had unnatural healing. That was like when Anomaly first dropped. And only when we got the duplication sickness, it was only the 2 of them that got it. But it does affect both of them. And I believe the only way to deal with that is mech healing serum and or unnatural healing. The biosculptor regeneration might do it, but I don't think so. Alright, Luxray is getting pretty close to the point where they are going to lose consciousness due to the cube. It's gonna be hard. Like, surprisingly, their mood's held up so far. Okay, and our caravan's back. Yeah, it's complaining about the lack of meditation spot because we are in toxic fallout. Major break risk on you because you are recreation deprived. Alright, so let's get people ready. So unfortunately that does mean our caravan who just left, or just got back, who is recreation deprived, is just gonna have to deal with it. There, I made you just drop it anyways. Grab the last of you. And Server Lord sitting this one out for the moment just because I don't have any EMP anything available yet. Alright, looks like it's gonna be a Scyther only raid. It's not looking like big numbers yet. Yeah, it's 8, but they're pretty staggered out. They might get bunched up due to the Dryads. Let's see. The game will probably not track who is in the clone class from where else. Yeah, no, it's literally when you clone, it just kind of flags the existing person and all that. So Citric Orange can definitely help when anything gets passed. Yeah, so they're gonna kill the Dryads. That's just... That's a day that ends with Y, is when the Dryads get killed by whatever's raiding. I just need them to get in here before I have to worry too much. We also have the traps. The traps will probably knock down 2 of the Scythers, maybe 3. Scythers aren't that tanky. Or the Scyther's just gonna tank the whole thing like a champ by itself. Okay, and sorted. So I got a couple of hits on us in there. So Mandible took a hit, just a decent cut, but nothing too severe. And Anjiru Sensei took a hit. Same deal. So no bad hits in that one. We got extreme break risk on Doppelganger. Or Citric. I would really like you to take care of your needs here real fast. Because you're gonna mood break any second now. What are the traps made of? You believe plasteel is the only option for mechs? They're made out of stone, which makes pretty terrible traps. I just have an abundance of stone. But yeah, no, plasteel will do a really good number on the mechs. Like, we did kill one of the mechs rolling in. But yeah, not just didn't hit really hard. I believe you can make them out of bioferrite. They're pretty strong as well. Bioferrite traps are deceptively high damage. Steel's actually relatively good damage as well. Plasteel is definitely extremely strong, but then, you know, you're using plasteel for traps. The problem right now is just one of those things that I'm going to need more bioferrite to use that for that purpose. Okay. So you're recreation deprived, so you should start taking care of that. The Arconexus. Okay, so it's letting me know about the Arconexus. Let's see. Bioferrite is good trap. Cheap and bonus sharpness plus otherwise unused material. Oh, bioferrite? I use lots of bioferrite. I use lots of bioferrite in my colonies. Melee weapons you make out of bioferrite are very strong, especially the longsword. Making a bioferrite longsword is like literally one of the strongest melee weapons in the game. It's just like ridiculously good. I do tend to make a lot of the Hellfire assault rifles which use bioferrite. I'll use the flamethrower thing and then I use the flares, that's bioferrite. The bioferrite power generator is one of the absolute best in the game. So yeah, I actually rarely have a surplus of bioferrite laying around. Like, I actually want to build a second bioferrite generator. I just am not producing enough bioferrite that literally I'll be at a deficit if I do. I'm honestly not sure if I'm on a positive or deficit right now with my bioferrite. Okay. So you're almost done with your cube withdrawal. I believe after that, I think you pass out for like 3 days. Both Groot's Twig became an adult at the same time. Makes sense, they are clones. Right. So right now you've got a passion in a lot of things. So you're trigger happy, quick sleeper. So I can give you an Iron Will, which is pretty good. Sanguine's pretty good. Honestly, probably Sanguine. So here's a curiosity. When we check the other Groot's Twig, will they have the same options? Because I've never tested that before. So check the other one. They do not. That's kind of fun. Let's do fast learner. Okay, so let's go and look at our schedules. So both the Groot's Twigs are now adults. You two need to be strict to the safe zone. Alright. So you can hunt. Yeah, so unfortunately, because this one has Crumbling Mind, they can just do art. Yeah, so we can have you help with crafting and all that other stuff when you're not mining. Even as bio-twins, they grow up in different ways. Yeah. It's just I've never had that thing where it's like right to that last line with that. Okay, so you're now cube comatose. So for 3 days, Luxray's gonna be comatose because cube obsession. Alright, so you've got all that. We'll do the baby food until we have that. Simple meals until we have 20. Package meals forever. Okay. And meanwhile, we are getting a crap ton of mushrooms now. And Groot's Twig, as able, is slowly working on art. Now they've got our dedicated artist. And honestly, for all of you, I'll take you off of it. Anyone who doesn't have a passion. Alright. Yeah, so we need another growing person, like dedicated growing person. Right now, I've Doppelganger's our actual main grower, and then I've also got Conrite helping because we were falling behind on it. Those two are keeping up the dryads. Anjiru Sensei is our dedicated hauler. Yeah, so we just got a ton of people here. I'm definitely going to need a larger supply of alpaca wool. We'll definitely want to keep that going as well. Trying to see, like, if we get another vanometric power, what wall I would want to tuck that in. But definitely, as well as things, just look for a good spot in the walls. They're like, okay, I don't need that spot for anything else. Yeah, so we can put it down here. So I got room for like 3 more vanometric powers right there. Not that I fully expect that. Are we munching on fun, guys? We are eating all the fungus. All of it. Every last little bit. Ain't all the fungus among us. Okay, what are you researching? Goat juice production. You've got your stuff going on. Oh, I can, I will allow you to research one of those. I don't want them spending too much time on that. But we do have the Dead Life Dust now we can research. So that'll be fine to like slowly trickle that in. Why are we eating fungus? I thought it was a decent bloke. You thought, man. But then someone pulled up his browser history. Ooh. Like, there's some stuff in there. Inspired creativity, that's fine. For right now, I'm gonna unrestrict them all for a minute. And that's because I want someone to go out here and study as well as suppress the corrupted obelisk. Fungus was a little sussy. Never trusted him. I know, right? Like, there's a certain amount of like the guy who's just always the fun one in the group. You're like, man, this dude's got some skeletons in his closet. We're not talking just a few minor skeletons. Oh man, it's been a long time since it's come up. I used to work as it was technically my job as the assistant network administrator, of which there was no network administrator. So I did all of the actual responsibilities of a network admin. Man, the day we put on a proxy filter and we started seeing what everyone was looking up during work hours in the company. Oh man, that was a lot of things that could not be unknown. And then also I made the mistake at one time being like, all right, what's actually in this filter? Like the URLs that are blocked. It didn't go to a single one of the pages, but just the URL names just went, I never want to see what's on the other end of that page because I know I will never be able to unsee it. And honestly, the URL itself brings images to my mind I wish I could erase from my mind for all eternity. You know, they talk about how the unknown is scarier, like, and worse than the known. It's like, no, in this particular case, the not seeing the actual physical graphic version, I'm happier not seeing that. Craig saying, oh, that's the kind of people where people get fired, putting filter and previously underfiltered. Oh man, and some of the VPs in the company were the worst. Like, some of the VPs, if they had an office you could close the door on, it was that, and there was one guy in the warehouse. There was one guy in the warehouse who was doing some really wild stuff, and then a couple of the VPs. And vice president. So in some companies you have like the CEO, and then directly below them you'll have vice presidents. So it'll be like the vice president of engineering, the vice president of optics, the vice president of the, like, it usually IT will like weirdly fall under an umbrella below that, but you'll have like the vice president of operations or whatever. And yeah, so it was those people that they weren't quite the C level, but they're like one step down from that. Yeah, no, I should usually avoid, like, I'm usually pretty good about avoiding acronyms. All right, chat, well, I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast, because I need to, and I haven't really given my chance to do that, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. You're like, most people know VP means vice president, but English is not your native, so sometimes, well, yeah, no, it's still usually good to avoid acronyms. Because again, as you're saying, not everyone has the same native language. And then there's a lot of stuff that, because of like what circles you stay in, it feels like something should be obvious. But then, you know, the moment you step outside those specific circles, then the supposed obvious thing is not so obvious. So you think of it as being like a common acronym that everyone should know, but it's like, yo, it's only a common acronym if you've got a background in IT, or it's only a common acronym if you've got a background in academia or in medical or in, you get the idea here. But then once you step outside there, you're like, no, not everyone would know that acronym. Yeah, so it's a whole good thing. So it's usually one of those things I'm really good about being like, hey, you know, it's not that you can't use acronyms, it's like, if the acronym isn't super obvious within the context you're giving it, then you're better off usually just not bothering with the acronym. Alright, so you had a shotgun, and you dropped it when you got knocked down. Oh. It's literally right there. Oh no, there's the other one. That's fine. Okay, and the toxic fallout is also gone, so that's good. So that means we can go here and unrestrict you all again. Cool, Harbinger tree, that's fine. Oh, you ended up cutting down that tree. That's cool that they added that so that when the trees grow enough, if you cut them down, they'll give you a little bit of bioferrite. It's not much though, but it is a source of bioferrite in a pinch. I am noticing Groot's is working. Oh yeah, because Groot's is got serious brain damage. They are able to do art. They're just not very fast at it. Let's see. Speaking of fungi, you recently in Aussie, they found a new strain of cordyceps. Aussie, they found. I was like, thief? I was like, why was a thief finding? Yeah, that makes sense. They found a new strain. Yeah. It's just one of those things when you look at cordyceps. A lot of times people pop into chat and be like, you know, you'll be like, zombies aren't realistic. You'll be, no, it could just jump and be like to people. And you're like, no, they can't. That demonstrates you don't have an understanding of how cordyceps work. Because they hijack the systems of insects. Because the insect's entire motor function works like hydraulics. So they don't really control the psychology of it so much as they hijack its motor function. It's still a terrifying thing, but it's directly, like, they would have to be fundamentally entirely different to function against human beings, or mammals in general, or anything like that. They're still a wild thing that, again, like, you know, for those who don't know what a cordyceps is, it's a type of fungus that it'll literally grow on, like, an ant or whatever, and as I mentioned, it'll hijack the way their motor function work, and they'll actually effectively have what's effectively a zombie ant that'll go through and do stuff to maintain the fungus until the ant eventually dies. Cordyceps, also known as Chinese caterpillar fungus. Chow, and is unique blade-shaped fungus growing on caterpillars. You learn something new every day. Oh yeah, no, it's a wild thing, but yeah, they like basically hijack insects' ability to function and, you know, effectively turn them into zombies. Which again is why so many things it's like, oh yeah, zombies, it's a viable path. It's like, no, but the thing is it doesn't hijack the actual nervous system and all that. It hijacks the motor function of it. Yeah, some parasitic wasps hijack their host too. Yeah, it kind of just puts them into like a trance. That, you know, then they just can kind of like nudge the thing forward and it'll walk kind of thing. Because it is possible to evolve that it could infect humans to do that, but given that it's already known and how difficult that'd be in the first place, not likely at all. Yeah, that's the thing though. If you ask any credible biologist though, they're usually like, no. It's like, of the billion things to worry about, the number of separate independent leaps, because you'd have to have it be able to, one, hijack the nervous system of a mammal in general. And that also required to also be able to do it in a way that it could maintain the, maintain the cordyceps, which it can't on the mammal as it is, and it'd have to also be able to do that. And it's like, you have to have like 4 or 5 things happen simultaneously just for it to be viable to begin with. And it's just kind of one of those things that you would have to sit there and have all 4 of those align. Because just infecting a mammal, if it can't survive on a mammal in itself, means, sure, it can infect the nervous system and it dies, because it doesn't have what it needs. So it has to bridge all those gaps simultaneously. That's actually one of the reasons why so few diseases do jump between species, is because sometimes the jump from like going from a reptile to a mammal is very difficult. Because there's lots of barriers they have. And it's not that those ones can't have, but the cordyceps as a mushroom or fungus-based one, it's a very specialized one that it's specialized as it is, does sort of box it in a lot more. You start noticing leaping, then move to immediately intercept it. Yeah, and it's also one of those things that when you look at a lot of stuff, it's not like fungus is not a rapid infection. Like, your fungal infections are not rapid infections. They take a while to take hold. And it's also one of those things that when you consider the scale of the human body, and that it's not like you get like a little spot of fungus in one spot and it would just hijack the whole body in like a week or so. Like, that would take ages for that to do anything. And we already have fungicides that are very effective. So it's kind of one of those things that, you know, for video game, like, waving away, you know, like, the not plausible deniability, where you willingly ignore reality to enjoy something that's fictional. It is a good way of being like, hey, it's totally accept and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, the essential basis of the zombies in Last of Us, the fungus evolved to be able to affect and control complex animals, including humans, rather than previously. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's just one of those things that the virus turned you into zombie is doing a lot of difficult things that aren't going to be spreading viruses. Yeah. And if it were to make those evolutionary leaps, we would know you could easily cure in no time. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is fungicides are very effective. We already have fungicides that are darn good nowadays. There are some stuff, like, because you look at a lot of infections that people do get. Athlete's foot is a fungus. There's honestly a lot of your foot health things are based around funguses. Or fungal infection. There's a lot of digestive stuff that's fungal infection. And you just taking, you know, it's a prescription thing because they don't want you taking fungicides for no reason. But, you know, they just give you a prescription. They say, hey, take this for a couple of months. Or like a month or two, I don't know. I haven't dealt with much of that. So it's honestly more reliable than even like antibiotic kind of stuff. And as I said, out of the types of infections out of there, fungal infections are usually very slow moving, very slow acting. It's viruses that are one that moves super duper fast. Am I a biologist? Absolutely not. But my wife is. So I am not an expert in this, but I do have a lot of basic understanding in a lot of it. So it'd definitely be one of those things if you had like someone who actually works in a, like, epidemiology or one of these other things. They're like, well, actually, it could go through very viably from this path. I'd be like, hey, you know better than I do. But most of the stuff where it's like this isn't a thing to be worried about has come from people far more knowledgeable than me. That I've like, I have some friends who are epidemiologists and all that kind of stuff, and I've had a lot of people in biology, and all of them are like, this is not a thing to worry about. It's like, you know what's something more to worry about? Global warming, basic pollution, food contamination, the flu. These are things far worth considering. You know, pretty much all of them, it's like, there's just not, like, in all the presentations of zombies in modern lore and all that, the closest you have to a viable one would be the, 20 Days Later, where it's a variant of rabies, effectively. It still doesn't work the way it's presented there. It still has some significant problems. But it's, out of the ones presented, it's the most realistic. If the zombie virus was real, it'd be temporary if it doesn't give you brain damage. Well, the biggest problems you have with zombie viruses as presented, ignoring the thing that you like supposedly die and then come back to life and all that, like pushing that out the window, and just going with a person who suddenly gets like minimal conscious capabilities and becomes aggressive. Those will be our two criteria. So basically, effectively mindless, that they just want to like eat people or whatever, and all that. Which even the eating people as like a specific thing also wouldn't make sense. We'll just pretend that they're just aggressive. So super rabies. The issue is when it comes to spread, that a lot of them would have a very low R factor, which is the ability for the disease to reach other people. And if you did have a disease that literally you became aggressive and murderous type level, if you succeed, you're going to have a low R factor because you're going to kill the things. So very likely to have a very low R factor. Is there the possibility we could get some like weird virus that is effectively like super rabies that is somehow airborne? Sure, maybe. That would be more realistic from that, but that wouldn't be necessarily a zombie virus where people don't sleep. Because that's the other thing, like zombies, what actually makes them scary as a thing is the fact that they don't sleep, they don't rest, they're unrelenting, they just keep coming. That's the thing that makes zombies scary, because we're an endurance hunter and they endurance better than ours. Versus like just a straight up rabies where it's a very short-lived thing, because in humans you would die very quickly because it's not like you're taking care of yourself. There's a lot of maintenance that goes into a human body to keep it alive and healthy. And just without that, whoever is dealing with it would not survive super long. Rabies makes you burn out, literally? Yeah, and the only reason why rabies sticks around is there are a lot of species that can get rabies, and it doesn't do anything to them. That is a lot of pigs. That is a lot of pigs. That is a lot of Molotovs. That is a whole lot of Molotovs. Alright. Okay. We have... And that's an attacks immediately, right? No. They are sappers. Which is also not great. So restrict everyone to safe. We're not going to engage on them, I don't think. The curiosity is which way they're going to take their sappers, and most likely they'll hammer through this wall and this wall. That's probably still fine, because it'll still be pushing into our defensive position. If they take a route, like, kind of break in up here, that... Honestly, I'd be able to take care of that, because it'd start mining, and we could pop in, harass them a little bit, pop in, harass them a little bit, that kind of thing. Weirdly, they're choosing to mine even though... Because it wasn't attacks immediately. No, it doesn't actually say which way they're going to go. I think they're going to go and hit up straight from the front. So we're going to let them just chip away and all that while we take care of some stuff. And then once they pop over here, we're going to get them. I mean, if this guy wants to keep running ahead of all of his friends, I am down to run out there and shoot the hell out of him. Alright, let's get people in position. So the hope here is that they'll run down here, because we moved this bed here so that they could get to it easier, in hopes to draw them into that defensive position. There are whole countries that managed to eradicate rabies completely, so we wouldn't count on it being a zombie virus. Yeah, the problem is there's some places that, like I said, there's certain species of animals that can be passive carriers, which is what makes it dangerous. Because it's one you can't eradicate without, you know, wiping out a ton of animals. Because, again, passive carriers. It's the same thing with leprosy. There's some animals that just can passively... I think it was armadillos can carry leprosy and have it not do anything to them. Alright, so that one's mining down there. I am hoping they'll get drawn in here. Hey, I mean, if you want to blow up your own people, I'm okay with that. Because you're mining down here. Okay, so they're pushing down here, so we need to reposition ourselves. This is way more dangerous than the other way we were hoping they would go. Yeah, and I don't have a good way to get out there to intercept them. So let's run down here to get ahead of them. So what I don't know is if they're going to mine into here, or mine into here, or which route they're taking. Don't you go pushing into the actual kill box. Okay, change of plan. They are mining into multiple positions. I'd rather fight them here and then clean up. Actually, this one we should put back here because Doppel has that. Yeah, because he looks like he's going to mine straight on this way. No, he literally just switched. They're baiting me into going multiple directions. My hope is that we open up this, we might potentially be able to go there. I should have closed a lot of these doors. It is a little late for that. This sucks. Because I don't want to run into the whole group. Okay, so we're going to pop in here in a minute. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, when it's down here, because I'm worried they're going to go in here and destroy our vanometric power, or not vanometric. So they are just hurting themselves on my traps. Oh, you need to just keep burning that spot. Don't. Okay, so supposed to be multiple groups, and they did just rush in here. I don't know what they're heading for right now, but they're heading for something. Let's assume they're going to go and try and push over this way, which is not a safe assumption. Because all our valuables are over here. You seriously actually got that off? With everyone there, you got that off. What do I pay you children for? Flamethrower. Right here. Okay, do it again. Okay, so doing a rolling retreat, forcing them to go choke point to choke point. Okay. So melee team, use chase. The rest of you start dealing with these fires. Okay. So let's do a quick evaluation. Minor injuries, basically non-injury, minor injury. You, Groots, got pretty badly hit. You lost a lung. Ran to his own nade and died? Yep, they do that. So I'm going to need you to get that taken care of. I believe all of them died on their way in. In the meantime, we need to go over here. Okay, that's fine. And patch that hole up. Go here, orders, allow everything, schedule, unrestrict all of you to go deal with what you gotta deal with. Yeah, so that kind of sucked that they split up like that. Oh, you're taking care of the dryads. Oh, you Zeus hammered his head into non-existence. I greatly approve of that. That's a better gun than you've got, so you go ahead and grab that. Yeah, none of them survived at all. I'm really happy they didn't go after this stuff down here. I was really worried they're going to go in and destroy, like, the infinite chem. I think they were targeting our storage room. You're the pyromaniac? Nice. Are you? Yeah, sorry. You are the one of the flamethrower. Abandoned encampment. The scarred by a bunch of stuff. I actually don't care about that. Start adding art to all the bedrooms. Okay, so I got that hole patched up. I'm going to slowly build it out farther to fully fill in that area. Alright. Lardine just became a child. Welcome to childhood, Lardine. May it be less traumatic than it could necessarily potentially be. And with that, I believe I saw a fresh shotgun for you right there, buddy. New Zealand is mostly rabies-free due to strict as hell biosec. Yeah, right. And also being that there's no areas like there's a couple of island nations that is a thing that if they lock it down from a lot of stuff, it is far more containable. But still, it is always impressive when you have an area that's like, no, we had this threat and we nipped it in the bud. We can tame those, hunt those. So Anjiru Sensei is our... Yeah, so Angie's hunting the corpses out. Or hauling the corpses out. That's good, because those will end up being a major mood penalty pretty soon. And it's not to discredit what New Zealand's accomplished with, you know, eliminating quite a few diseases that they've effectively eradicated within their borders. Because it still does take a lot of effort to actually make that happen. And we're taming more alpaca to throw in the alpaca cave. Major break risk on you because you were ravenously hungry, so go eat something. Why are you prioritizing that? Oh, because I bumped up your growing priority. Alright, well, if you're getting to the point of doing that, let's drop you back down so that you get back to research. Let's see, weird hardware bug. Your mouse scroll wheel doesn't middle click unless it's warm. Oh yeah, that definitely sounds like you've got some hardware that's wearing out and it just happens to be showing us the last little bit. Oh, did literally all of our babies age up at the same time? Oh no, what it must have been is he probably had both of our babies were pretty close to the same age or whatever you want to say. Because Groot's just aged up and Lardine just aged up. Right. Right, because you failed to have a kid. The last kid didn't happen due to malnutrition. Or no, was it injury? Whatever. Bad health things. So we got a gap in the children happening. But the next child is already well on its way. It's gonna happen like any time now. You looked it up. It's apparently because your stuff is too clean, Humble. I'm skeptical of whoever's claimed that. But yeah, normally with that kind of stuff, it's usually when things are starting to get dodgy that you've got a connection that's not particularly good. It warms up, so stuff kind of... Oh, static buildup? Oh, weird. That seems like bad design if the internals of your mouse can have really significant static buildup. Like bad design in the mouse, I mean. Let's see, funnily enough, you find a piece of cardboard works better than a mouse pad? Much smoother? I think it depends on your mouse pad. You can get mouse pads that don't work great with what you got. Okay, so randomly you died up here. I'm okay with that. Oh, one of the Groots go haul those components home. And Angie is still just hauling one corpse after another corpse after another corpse out of this place. Because that's a pretty decent-sized sapper raid, actually. Let's see, NVIDIA mousepad, but you've had many different ones. Mouse is cheap, $15. $15 gaming mouse, no brand name. Gotcha. Okay, the corpses have started rotting. To be fair, I think we only have 1 or 2 corpses still in the building. All the others have already been dragged out of here. And everyone's already healed up again, so that's good news. And what was the last thing we actually researched? We're getting all our stuff that's up at this level, and a couple over here because of books. We got the security door. Not something I'm going to worry about right now. Right, we got air conditioning was the last one I believe we got. And then now we're working on Psychite refinery is what's chosen. And we're getting our anomaly stuff going thing. Oh, Unco brand? I've never heard of that one. It's actually looking like we're getting a lot of the walls done for smoothing out, because we've been avoiding mining out more of this until we get our current stuff handled. Yeah, so I still need a another dedicated plant person. They got those walls patched up, so we're fully enclosed again. And then I'll have all the traps gone, and that basically have us reset back before the sapper raid. You will need to be suppressed soon, that's fine. Oh, and I did figure out with the, where I mentioned it wasn't able to do the psychic, stuff with the tree. So they did fix it so if you have a tribal start, your children will also be tribal so that you can use the psychic tree. However, the random research mod I have gives your colonists a special name of basic tribal start, or basic tribal or whatever, which the fix doesn't work with it. Neither have I found a mod to work around it. I did see that the semi-random research mod is farther along being maintained. So I might, after this run, switch over to using that one versus the random research mod I have been using, which should result in that. I'm sorry, it's not the random research, it's the no research. So the no research mod doesn't work with the whole tribal thing, because it gives it a different name so it doesn't flag correctly. But yeah, so in the future, if I'm doing anything with that, we might just stop doing the no research start. It's not that big thing. So we got Mohan Rai. So this is your first age up. We're definitely going to give you a combat skill. And I've been basically giving everyone who gets the option medical. In this particular case, we don't have any really good ones. Psychically Dull is probably the most reasonable one of those. So we'll go ahead and keep that. And we'll go in here. You can now fight fires. You can hunt. And you won't worry about anything else. We've got an exotic goods trader rolling in, so this should be good. We are missing a lung right now. We did get a lung blown out in that last fight. So if they got a lung, we will snag it. It's a shame the Twisted Obelisk isn't in place, because that actually could give me a replacement lung. But we disabled it because I really don't need it, and we're going to get a bunch of tentacles and all that stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and have you talk to them and see what we can do for trades. Okay. So first, what do you got that we can take? I will want that Glitter World. We've already got everything from that book, so it does nothing for me. We can get growth vats and beer brewing out of that book. I might skip on that one. We don't have any of the implants that'd be useful for us. I've already got a impressive television. So this might be one of those...
Hankering for education, are we?
Let's see, if they had a map based off a world map of another game, what would you like it to be? I don't know, because of how much the way RimWorld works. I don't think it'd be something you could really take advantage of, I guess is the way I would phrase it. So it's kind of a hard one to answer, just because I think for RimWorld, there wouldn't be enough for me to, like, meaningfully do something with it. And we'll just go cheap on this one. Haul the Glitter World in. A map from another game. You meant just the shape? Yeah. You like this map layout, in your opinion, for RimWorld? Has the glowy stuff? Yeah, and I'm trying to think. I was watching Tim yesterday, Tim the Sorcerer, and he rolled a really snazzy map that it was like mountain along like that, and then you had a river who kind of came up like this. So it had like this neat like island that half it was up against the mountain. I mean, it's not technically an island, it was up against the mountain. But for like what you could use, it was like mountainous on this side and then a river on this side, but it was like actually a decent area. And so I found that one neat. I'm trying to think of a game that would have an interesting like an island that would be worth doing. I'm sure there's got to be games like a Fallout game that's got like an island continent kind of thing that you could work with, because I feel like that'd be fun, because most of the islands you can get in RimWorld, either one, it's just ocean all around it. Sorry, it's like ocean and shallow water around it, so it's hard to really do much with. Or on the other end, it's just hard to work with in general. Okay, so Lardane, we're gonna slap you with some glitter. And Mandible, we're gonna slap you with some glitter. And I know it's gonna seem cruel. I'm actually gonna leave the other Groots, the crumbling mine Groots. Do we have enough glitter to do that? I think literally we have just the 2. No, I got a couple of glitter. I'll hit you with a glitter for the next one as well. Can you fix crumbling mine? No. So when it says like mild and all that, you can. Once it gets rid of that, where it no longer says mild, it's permanent. Healing mech serum. The only way to fix it is to decapitate the person and then resurrect them. Hey, Penny. Thanks so much. Yeah, no, this is a cosplay of my avatar that we unlocked from the charity stream. The beret is getting a little itchy though. Not like there's something wrong with it. It's just I'm not used to wearing a hat, so it's like where it's along the edge here. Just getting a little thing. Oh gosh, no. Decapitate then resurrect. Yeah, there's any of like the permanent brain damage kind of things, like dementia and all that, can all be fixed with that. But crumbling mine, I believe, is a permanent that there's no, like, that's the only way to go. Alright, well, I can't take in a new person that isn't a member of the colony. You hate wearing hat and headphones at the same time? It gets super itchy very soon. Yeah. It honestly didn't get bad till near the end of the part where Tomb was on the stream. That's around the time that started to get noticeably itchy. So you've got kind of a garbage 10 on that one. And you've got kind of a garbage 10, so we'll let you have the good 10s. And honestly, with that, I will preach health you as soon as you're done with that. You know, preach health you. And then we should be good to go through and have everyone assigned back to regular medicine. Man, we have so many people here. And everyone's capable of doctoring a pinch, so I do have them just all hauling medicine around. That's not necessarily a smart idea, but it is nice in a fight when, like, literally anyone can drop what they're doing and slap a band-aid on someone if it's that dire. You can't wear headphones at all, your left ear gets sore. Every once in a while, like, the headphones won't rest right on it, and by the end of the night, like, one of my ears will bother me. The one that gets me is because I do effectively stream, like, third shifts, so I sleep during a lot of the day, like, the early part of the day. I wear, like, one of the, face masks, whatever, and they actually have Bluetooth speakers in them. Because what I'll do is I'll usually set a timer on an audiobook and kind of go to sleep to that. But, sometimes if I, like, lay it wrong, like, it'll push that against, like, if it's on the ear, it's fine. If it's on the top half of the ear, like, just the angle it pushes it in, it'll mess with me. But usually I'm not resting on the side of my head and sleeping. Like, once in a while, like, roll over and that, and then roll back and whatnot. I'm not a super restless sleeper, but I do not tend to stay super still either. Let's see. Oh yeah, you want to give your mom something like that for her birthday. She spends a lot of time in the hospital and complains a lot about the noises, and can't sleep. And you can imagine it's true. Oh yeah, no, when you're in the hospital, because especially they keep checking in on you, which they need to, and you get it. But at the same time, you're like, hey, I'm not going to recover unless you actually let me sleep. So let me do that part. Get in there and tend to your child. Little thing. Let's see, use an Android tablet and listen to 20-30 minutes of sleep help music. You struggle to get sleep. Yeah. Well, that's, I know a lot of people do what, like a white noise kind of thing of, like, rain or, nature, or some people just, like, turn on some, podcast. Like, Tomb listens to a lot of podcasts when she's trying to wind down. For me, like I said, I tend to get into the audiobooks because most audiobooks, I'm into it enough to keep me from having, like, ADHD things. Your mind starts wandering and getting distracted, a bunch of stuff, and then you don't sleep well. Like, not in a bad way, it's just sitting there thinking about nothing is very hard to do. So I want something just distracting enough that I don't have my mind wandering everywhere. But the danger is if it's too distracting, then it becomes its own problem. And I found with audiobooks, that it's enough to get me to listen to it, but it's not enough. Like, some of the podcasts I've listened to, they, like, on technical subjects and all that, I get, like, really into it, and then it becomes very thought-provoking about, well, how would that impact this stuff and all that, that you super go into there. Yeah, hospitals are paying often the beeps and speakers talking overhead. Then when you go to sleep to get woken up, yeah, because they need to, do blood work or check in, check your blood pressure. It's a thing that there's a lot of stuff that you need that careful monitoring just to make sure, but also you need to rest, and those two things are directly opposed to each other at times. Because you're weird, you can sleep through anything. You actually fall asleep into a Godsmack concert once. There's people like that. That's the reasons why for a lot of people when it comes to parenting, they'll have the recommendation of like taking your kid when they're just like an infant out to like restaurants and other relatively noisy places to get them to settle easier. That they'll tend to be able to sleep better in not silence. Versus if you do like try and keep it extremely quiet for them all the time, they end up very easily waking up. I'm not going to tell you what actually works and doesn't work, because I don't know. But that is a very common decision, choice, strategy, whatever you want to go with for your term. Your dad constantly falls asleep sitting on a wooden chair? That sounds terrible. My back hurts thinking about it. That's like, I've got a beanbag chair back here that Tomb often in the evening will lay down in the beanbag chair and fall asleep. That way she's just here. Because she used me as her white noise while I'm streaming. Just like me talking and all that. And I just think about this, like, don't get me wrong, it's a comfy beanbag chair for like sitting down, like reading something or, figuring something out or putzing on your phone. But sleeping a whole night, and I was like, man, that's another one that my back hurts thinking about it. I don't have a lot of back pain, but if I do that kind of thing, I'm like, man, it's gonna be a rough one. So chat, I might be ditching the hat. It's getting a little too itchy. So you can have some like serious hat hair. I'll keep the scarf on. But it's now starting to get properly uncomfortable, and I feel like 8 hours of it, I think I've done good. It's just right at the hairline. Right at the hairline, it's just a little scritchy right now. Sleep is for the weak. In high school, I used to get like 3 hours sleep a week. Of course, at 42, I'm getting like 10 hours every night. I got old and weak. Ah, man, the all-nighters I used to pull, like in my late teens, like 17, 18, 19. I used to do the LAN parties and pull all-nighters, and it'd be like, yeah, like the day later or whatever, I'd crash and I'd have a little bit of a longer sleep. But it was almost every night was like a 5-hour sleep or pulling an all-nighter. It was almost nothing in between. Used to stay up like degen hours on the computer. The number of times, especially younger on, that I'd be up late and something would come up and like, mom would wake up because she needed to use a restroom or whatever. And she would probably notice my light was on or something and pop in and be like, go to bed. I got caught so many times. Like, it's not like I got grounded or anything. It's like, go to bed. It's like, oh, yeah. And most of the time it's like, oh, I didn't realize how late it was. Yeah, wrap up what I'm doing and go to sleep. There's also definitely times she told me to go to bed. She definitely went back to sleep. And I just kept doing what I was doing. You just never sleep, but you feel like it caused a lot of issues you have now? Yeah. For me, it's those things looking back that so much of that was ADHD. Like, just not knowing I had it. Like, so much of that was ADHD. For those who don't know, insomnia is a very common symptom with ADHD. A very common symptom. And we got a baby on the way. We got extremely high odds that things go well. We've got ourselves an extremely clean hospital. Our doctors are really good. And I mean, this is not Donkey Dust's first rodeo. Donkey Dust Benson, she's probably gonna die. When I said it was like, okay, so sick kid. We can handle that. Protecting the aristocrats, we will worry about that later. Psychic Soothe. Baby, we will wait to name the baby until we're in the clear. We're going right for the glitter world. We're going to rescue you, and we're going to tend to you immediately, and then we're going to feed you. Because with Glitter World and our best doctor on hand, there's a pretty good chance we can just knock this thing out right away, especially since it started at common instead of grave. There's a good chance that one Glitter World might be enough to knock it out by itself. Meanwhile, we'll go to you, feeding, urgent on literally everyone, except Mom. But so you have circadian rhythm disorder. Sleep doesn't come easy. Yeah. Like, at least I've not been diagnosed with any type of, like, additional thing. But as I said, it's ADHD thing. I've already mentioned that it's a thing that if I try and go to sleep, it's not like you get sleeping going, oh man, there's this thing going on, I'm so worried, or, oh man, this thing, what am I going to do with that? It's nothing even like that. Like, you'll just get on a thread of thought, and you'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I remember painting that miniature. I wonder what would happen if I do this. You know, I think if I did it this way, well, that might make little like lines on it like it's a little dry brushed, and maybe I don't want that. But I could probably counter doing that, and it's just, your brain just keeps going on that thread deeper and deeper, and you're like, this isn't helping me sleep. And thank you so much for the raid, Sui. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I know yesterday we were playing Product Zomboid, and then you did some House Flipper. I missed what you were doing today. I didn't catch you beforehand. So can I get a shout out for Sui, by the way? But welcome in. Review keys today. Did you find any good ones? Let's see. Sui left you mid-hype train. It was super unprofessional. Did chat try and hold you hostage? And you demonstrate that you have power? But welcome in, Raiders. So those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend check it out. I literally tried to use Sui's name as a command. That's not how it worked. For 20 minutes. You managed to softlock 2 games tonight. So you're winning. You're winning is what you're doing. But again, check out Sui. Absolutely fantastic. Citizen Sleeper. But yeah, sorry. If you already said, were there any of the... Yeah, okay, so Citizen Sleeper 2 was great. And if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you. But if anyone could give me like what is the cliff notes? What is Citizen Sleeper 2? She also played an AI game for like 20 minutes. Oh, was it a game that you were playing and then you realized it was generative AI? Oh, you're in the wrong category? Gotcha. It's all good. Yeah, I've had that as well. There was man, what was that terrible beach tycoon game we played? Like it got properly weird. It was like you're supposed to run a beach resort, but you could hit on the people, you could hit on your customers. So like you would have women showing up in bikinis and you would hit on them. Like, what is this game? And then later we were like, wait a second, that's Gen AI, and we ducked out. It was one of those games we were already on the fence of ducking out, and it's just like it didn't feel like as well made or whatever. And then it was one of those things that like realized the Gen AI is like, nope. You played a not good farming sim game. When people went to investigate, the scene page found it had AI. Gotcha. What was the not good one? Because I've got 2 that I'm looking at right now, potentially streaming as maybe a one-off. And I'll DM you. Cool. That works. That'll actually be best because I can check after stream. Because there's 2. She also broke an embargo. How dare you? Sui's just a rebel tonight. It happens. I think I've done that once where it's like, wait a second. Okay, that's not the one I was looking at, but yeah. That's what we said. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. It happened. You be careful, but it's just one of those things. Like I've gotten to the point because I'm so scared of doing it. You notice about 20 minutes of gameplay, you emailed emailed them, and took the YouTube VOD down. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's about the best you could do is honor it. When you mess up, be honest with it. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's not the one I was looking at. There's another one. I know there was, oh man, there's one game that I requested. They were being like, hey, we're looking to sponsor something. Like, hey, it was in our farm sim game. And so I checked out, I was like, this looks pretty interesting. Like, I don't know if it's any good. And, you know, went through the whole process of like, you know, being like, hey, I'd love to do the sponsored stream. Here's my rate, yada, yada. Went through that whole rigmarole. And then I noticed the thing is like, this game was made partially with the help of generative AI. I was like, you SOBs. They disclosed, and I just didn't catch where they had disclosed it until after all of that. Which, again, that's not their fault. Okay, so we got a nice big impid raid. They aren't going to breach me, so we can have a straight-up, normal, uneventful fight. I say as we have an army of impid. You keep checking, forget you're not the only one. Okay, so we're getting ready for a really thick fight. Which does mean we're going to immediately have... I'm getting enough kids in here now. We don't have places for everyone. You need to put down the baby, please. So it's an impid raid, so the flamethrower is going to do nothing for us. So let's grab that heavy SMG. And we'll get Servalord there. Alright. And their attacks immediately, right? Yeah. So it's an all melee group. Let me burn stuff. Sadly, you don't get to burn this one because they're not fully immune to fire, but they're pretty close to it. Let's see, you're so used to getting email that looks vaguely like your cup of tea. You're sure? Yeah. You wouldn't mind generative AI if they only use the art made specifically for their game. Yeah, I mean, my problem with the generative AI is a lot of times it's the whole thing where they go and they scoop up a bunch of, you know, art assets with a whole bunch of people without compensation and then put it in their for-profit game and all that. And it's like, you're just stealing art. There's really not another way to go around it. You're just stealing art at that point. Yes, you can be like, oh, well, it does the thing that your brain does. It's like, you know, it's derivative. It's like, yeah, but the human brain, while it is derivative on a lot of cases, does also come up with its own net new stuff. And it's different between someone taking the time to think it, figure it out, do all that, and then having a computer just vomit it up at speed. Oh, let's see, you made 30 trees for your game and you want like 20 more variations of trees? Yeah, like that, like using filters and that kind of stuff, using your own assets to make your own stuff makes sense. It's just the problem is a lot of times they even train it off copywritten stuff. But the reality is, to make it any good, you have to train on so much stuff. It's just not really realistic. Well, the good news is the imps are dying almost one imp to one trap. So we got 4 of them killed at the door. Alright, so they should probably break soon. And Citrix intercept the one that made a break for it. Okay, so let's grab all of you, run them out there and see if we can't get rid of the last couple. You saw a video that hit the nail on the head of why AI generation is artistically wrong. Yeah, no, we've had a number of times we had the discussion. Ultimately, it's the fact that it uses people copywritten materials and all that to compete with the very people. And so all that. So you're basically taking someone who is not getting compensated for their work to create work that is going to keep them from being able to land jobs and all that because of it. It also ends up doing a thing where you end up having this feedback loop where the AI kind of creates the stuff like the AA that kind of creates the stuff like the AI, which means your net new, interesting, and more unique stuff starts to narrow over time. So there's like a lot of problems. And then you also have the computation side where it's just super ridiculously over the top expensive from infrastructure running. And it's just one of these things that's like, it's got so many negatives, and it just effectively lets you cut corners. Yeah, no, exactly. There's also... Yep. Oh yeah, and if AI trains on itself, it degenerates quickly. Yep. But no, it is one of those things that, like, because there's no human element, the human element in a lot of ways is a randomness element, that you will have people based on differences, you know, individual to individual. Everyone will have minor differences in how they do stuff and all that. That creates net new things. And the AI, because it can only ever mimic what's before, it can only combine the existing. Let's see, you can see the same sort of thing if you ask it to iterate the same image repeatedly. The image will degrade really quick. Yeah. Yeah, AI will reference out of fluke. Humans, it's deliberate. Yeah, and plus when you actually look at one of the things that AI can't really do is if I say, make this character, okay, make this character but in this thing, make this character but in this thing, like you've made yourself a new character. A lot of times it'll be inconsistent in what it produces for your character again and again, and it will vary farther and farther and wider and wider. Alright, server loader, you have a good dinner and all that stuff. So it's actually really terrible about creating a new character or whatever, and then trying to do stuff with it. And be like, alright, well I want this character jumping through a window doing this thing here. And they're like, okay, well you want to get the next scene for it, and you want to try and reference that previous scene, and AI just doesn't do it, because it doesn't understand what it's rendered before. So it'll make an entirely different set of stuff that fits the criteria, so you'll actually have a lot of inconsistency and all that. And there's ways they can work around it, but that just adds even more computational overhead and cost and all that. One of the few reasons why OpenAI and that is still kind of around and holding up alright is because of how much investor money is being thrown in it. But you look at like stuff like the different OpenAI-based image generation stuff out there, that the cost of generating images are extremely expensive for what you're getting, but they're just, again, they're just burning money. How much it was something like OpenAI was burning, it was in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a day it's effectively losing running and all that. And it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, okay, but eventually they have to be profitable. Otherwise, it goes out the window. And you'll usually have people who they'll argue, it's like, well, they're just going to get more efficient in time. It's like, right. But what they're finding is the moment they reduce that computational cost to it, the quality just absolutely falls out. And then in addition to that, to get improvements, they have to train on more and more and more and more and more on top of it. And so it's just kind of one of those things, to get something slightly better than what you did, the cost of improvement, increases by factors. And so what's eventually going to happen is the investors are going to say, okay, well, we need it to make profit now, because it's a normal tech thing to, build up market share, add the cheap, that you're doing so at a loss, and then when you hit like this critical mass, or when the investors get too much heartburn, thinking their investments are going to go away, then you suddenly have to start being profitable. And that's where a lot of businesses fail, is the switch over from you got your market share to now you want to make money. And right now it's looking like the amount they're going to have to charge for the generative AI is going to be astronomical. It's going to be way more expensive than it would cost to just hire someone to do it. Well, generating the models is an expensive thing. So if ChatGPT went bankrupt today, whoever purchased those models would suddenly have a much easier time making profit. Right, but the models do have to continue to be updated again and again. You can't generate it once upon a time, and then that's the end of it, because language changes, the way we draw things change, the way we present imagery change, what we do consider, socially acceptable, positive, and all that, and all of that will kind of slowly shift out a thing. That you'll have, the weird thing that you'd produce something, It'd be like if you went, hey, make me a restaurant, everything was a 50s diner because you trained your AI in the 50s. And then you look at all your modern diners and going, it's good as it is today. No, better. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It'll very quickly go stale. Let's see. And if it's based off copyrighted material, it had to be held up in court for years. Yeah. Well, that's honestly the one. I can't remember what country it was. I don't know if it actually has gone through yet. One of the countries I think had the most clever thing. They're like, okay, here's the deal. You can use copywritten material, but you are required to pay royalties based on this formula to everyone and properly accredit them. Which, of course, with the models being trained off literally millions of copywritten images, it's like, okay, first, just trying to list the hundreds of thousands of copywritten images that went into generating this image, assuming you could backtrack it to even do that, and then somehow figure out what you're going to pay them in royalty. Just the overhead of figuring that out and navigating that would be enough of a deal breaker. Because just navigating that so you could spend the penny and all that to, literally hundreds and hundreds of different creators and thousands of different creators to send everyone their penny you owe them. The overhead of that would just eliminate any benefit. The stateside courts are not ready to deal with the copyright issue of AI because there's nothing actually copywritable in the data. Well, that's the thing. When you come into the states, the US states, that's kind of the catch, is some states are actually starting to put restrictions on the AI, and a lot of the other states aren't. It's very inconsistent, which is ultimately going to mean it's going to have to go to a federal level to deal with it. And I agree, we are nowhere near prepared to tackle that. Copyright has been a problem we've been dealing with in the states, honestly, pretty badly for a very long time. Let's see. To pay those royalties, the easiest way would be to train off open source stock images. The problem you run into is the amount of data, the amount of images you need to train AI is staggering. I also love, was it Google? I probably had the wrong company. No, it was Facebook. It was Facebook as in Meta. That they were training their AI on copywritten books that they pirated. So they literally went to pirate websites, download a bunch of copywritten materials, and train their AI using it. And they were trying to simultaneously argue to the courts that it was simply impossible for them to do their job without using this incredibly valuable copywritten material, but also that copywritten material that they pirated has no inherent worth within itself. And it was very correctly, the judge was like, you can't have it both ways. This can't be both worthless and so unimaginably important and valuable that it should not be allowed to be held behind copyright. You can't argue that $1 is worth nothing but everything at the same time. You gotta choose a side of the fence to stand on. The issue becomes with how do you ban AI from training on publicly accessible images without also making them embed content banned, i.e., when you link to an article that shows an image in a preview, for example, they are, from a data perspective point of view, identical. You're not wrong that... So the way copyright works in the legal sense is literally if I produce a piece of artwork and I put it online, it is copywritten. I can say you're not allowed to use that. And I don't have to specify that. It is a copywritten image by default. Unless I outline saying, hey, this copyright is open to anyone to use it. This is protected by the whatever copyright that says you can use it with an attribution. It is automatically copywritten. I don't have an extra procedure I am legally required to do to say something is copywritten. I hold the rights to my own works unless I go out of my way to say I am now putting this out here in a public forum where I am revoking my rights to it. And that is a thing that when you go to a lot of websites like Facebook and Twitter and all those, and you put an image on there, that part of their TOS, you do give up a lot of your protections on copyright. So in that sense, if I were to post my images on Facebook, Facebook actually in a lot of cases gets the copyright. But if I host my own website and just slap it up there, or if, you go to whatever newspaper and they slap an image up there. If the AI grabs that image, they're violating copyright, unless they've gotten explicit permission to do so. Right, but when AI is viewing the image in the same way your browser views the image, when it shows it on your screen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if I have a copywritten image on my screen and I hold my phone up to it and look at my phone screen to it to look at it. It's still a copywritten image. It doesn't matter if I obfuscate my consumption by having the browser here. Now, there's a whole thing. Let's see. So it is consuming your image in the exact same manner that you are when you view the image in the browser. So if you ban AI from training on it, you could wind up banning showing images that... Well, that's the thing. The banning AI isn't the technical solution. That's the legal solution. The enforcement is the technical side of it. So I could sit there and say, hey, you are not allowed to train AI using copywritten images. Could you still manage it? Sure, absolutely. You could have it, as you say, open it up as your browser would, and I would be unable to see that it is the AI doing it. But that's, again, the technical side of it. But writing a law that says, hey, you cannot grab copywritten stuff used to train any type of algorithmic model, which would encompass basically all of AI, then you could still get away with it. But if you get caught, then whatever the enforcement mechanism, punishment, whatever, would come into play. Which there's enough people and companies who would out you for doing it and, you know, leak that crap out. It'd be a whole thing. Current copyright laws already ban what they're doing? Yeah, mostly yes, and they're fighting in the courtrooms. I actually expect them to lose most of their court cases over time. The fact that we could see something for free doesn't give you a right to profit off it. Exactly, that's the catch. There is things like fair use, there is other exceptions, but what's happening is where they grab all of it and they mash it together. The question about the legality there is, once I go and I grab it and I train a model on it and I produce an image, am I actually violating the copyright of that image? That's the gray area that hasn't been established in the law. Like, does training it to produce an image using the beginning image violate it? Or is that fair use or that kind of stuff? I mean, yeah, fair use is the right one because the commercial thing. But there is stuff like, I can draw a character that vaguely looks like Mario, but is very clearly not Mario. Which is the fair use one? There was one, because there's two different ones. Because, like, there was one for when you're doing stuff like satire, and that's fine to be profitable. This doesn't tell me fair use. Because there's one for stuff like satire and all that kind of stuff. And then there's one for... Yeah, so fair use can be used for purposes for non-profit educational purposes. That's not giving me all the information we're looking for. I'm not going to get too far in the weeds. But yeah. Yeah, satire is derivative. Let's see. Have you never seen the news using short clips in movies or whatnot? That's fair use. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember, is there's two different legal terms. There's one for where you take, like, again, you're telling a news story, and you take, like, a little snippet from the movie. They're very restricted on how long it can be and all that kind of stuff. And then there is one that is, like, you can use this, but not for profitable things. And I know there's two different terms for that. I'm blanking on what the other one is. The skin hardening cataphract and all that, that's actually pretty nice. A mech cluster will deploy nearby. I don't think that'll actually work. I think with the map that'll bug out. They are expecting really nice accommodations. They'll give me a small army of people to protect myself. And how long do I have to keep them here? That's what I'm not seeing, is how long are you here for? 16 days. I mean, I'd love all those things. I'm not sure I can actually keep that person that happy for 16 days. The problem is an artistic style is formed and inspired by other work from other artists that they have encountered experience. Generative AI could be argued to doing the same thing. You don't agree, but it could. Yeah, that's the whole thing that's being argued, is that it's not actually bringing, it's not violating the copyright, it's inspired by it, which is the whole thing being argued right now. Which is why you're saying the US copyright laws are not prepared to deal with AI, because there's nothing the original work left in the dataset, so it is transformative in a per definition of law. Yeah, it's one of those things that I do think that's going to be argued. There's certain slices that there's individual cases that are approaching it from a different angle that'll likely win. Because of stuff like being able to define, because for like one of those things, being able to sue someone, you don't actually have to break the law. You just have to demonstrate damages. So even if a person was well-intentioned, didn't break the law, but what they did caused you damages, you can then sue them for those damages. And there's a whole bunch of big gray area flags, exceptions and all that, like Good Samaritan laws where you were trying to help someone, you ended up injuring them in the process of trying to help, you are protected. Those kind of things. If the original work is still in the dataset, the AI is most visual compression. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I do think we are going to have a lot of stuff that's going to end up. I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'll be able to keep all of them happy, but I'm gonna do it anyways. We'll just see how it goes. So for all of them, we're gonna go ahead and put them all on recreation for their whole schedule. So that'll help keep their moods up, because I don't really need them doing anything. I'm going to deliberately put a segment of meditation on them to force them to go outside. I'll restrict them to the home area. They won't work, that's fine. And I also need to go in here and say drug policy. No drugs on you. And that's fine. Is that the other thing? Is you can make your states, counties, law ironclad, but the internet is global. Those companies will just set up into some small island nation with 0 laws. Right, but one of the things you can do is you can make a law here within the US that says, hey, if a product is produced using generative AI, you have all these restrictions and things to sell it here within the US. And then to do any business here within the US, you have to abide by that. But there's a case a while back that some company had there, if you post on our site, we are allowed to use it. The thing is, you had a lot of, then a bot was running in the country that didn't have copyright laws, stealing and posting on their own site. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, there's going to be plenty of places that they're going to be able to be outside the jurisdiction of places that make the laws about it, and they will operate outside of those. But that's where you end up starting to have stuff like, okay, let's say we restrict the use of generative AI, and then Valve is set up here in the United States, which means they would be under that restriction, so that if a game is produced making generative AI, if we put rules around that, Valve would then have those rules applied to trying to sell that game. You get the idea. So even if you can't prevent its use broadly, because there are countries that just flat out have either no copyright or entirely different copyright rules, that's already a thing. That's where we get like all our knockoff sort of Nintendo, sort of Disney characters, and all that kind of stuff. But if you restrict the marketplaces they're allowed to sell those on, it still kind of keeps it into the fringes. Does it wind up being a Russian nesting doll, though? You can wind up using a tool that uses a tool that uses generative AI. You had no idea? Yeah. Most of those types of things, though, actually have, because there's supply chain rules, like the same thing, where you have all these rules about what you're supposed to do with the supply chain, but a lot of them will have, like, if you were just, if you were ignorant of the fact that it had broken some rule or whatever, you're okay, so long as it wasn't like a very obvious, like, willful ignorance kind of thing. Like, you have certain things you're expected to do to look into it, but if you deliberately obfuscated from figuring it out, that's a whole thing. Because that happens with, like, for example, you'll have people who will work with fisheries that will go and supposedly catch farmed fish or whatever, and then you realize they're illegally catching wild fish. But from the person purchasing it, they're blissfully unaware that supposedly is everything up and up. They've got it in writing that it's on the up and up, and then it's not actually on the up and up. You'll grab that SMG when they put it down. And there could still even then still be consequences, but they do usually have stuff to work in that. The U.S. has a lot of laws that already impact foreign companies, for example. Any foreign airliner must abide by the U.S. aviation laws and regulations. Usually, if they're landing within the U.S., they have to abide by the rules in that. It's kind of the same thing that a lot of boats, if you're going to stop at a port of harbor in a location, you usually must abide the laws of that port or harbor at a minimum while you're there. But they will have, like, for anything, like you might have labor laws that apply for those, but that gets real complicated. You think going forward the solution isn't to fight AI work around it, but try and work with it? Like movie industry creating agreements they could not use AI with good reason. If you get rid of the entry-level jobs, it won't be long before you won't have experts either. But yeah, no, that's I still think we should actively push back against certain AI practices. I don't think we should just kind of accept it for what it is type thing. Oh, you need even fancier food. But there's definitely, like, because that's the thing. Generative AI within its entirety isn't necessarily terrible. It is, like, you can use generative AI for genuinely ethical and meaningful things. The problem is that's not what it's being used for. Yeah, no, I agree that AI isn't going away. I 100% agree that cat's out of the bag. What I do imagine, though, is first of all, like, the investor situation, where a lot of the big names were actually producing, quality images out of it. Eventually the investors are going to be asking them to be profitable. And once it gets to that point, there's going to be an expense that's going to be passed on to the consumer. And I do think when it hits that point, that's going to be the death of a number of the AI companies. Because right now, a lot of them are just burning money hand over fist, producing these high quality images at a incredible loss. Whereas, like, the budget cheap AI, the stuff that looks, you take a look at it and you're like, that's freaking AI. It looks like AI. It has that weird plasticky look and everything. It's just kind of one of those things that you'll see a lot of that because you can run that on your local machine and all that and produce that AI. But it looks D-tier quality. Like, it looks bad. You'll have the people with, like, 8 fingers on a hand and all that kind of stuff because it just doesn't have all those extra systems running to deal with it. But, once the investors start calling in being like, hey, we want to make our money now, this investment needs to start making cash, I think we're going to see a lot of these companies implode. And we'll still have, like, the low effort one. The way I look at it is if you look on Steam, like, ignoring the AI, if you look on Steam and you've got a lot of, like, high quality stuff and a lot of decent quality stuff and all that kind of thing, those will still be around. But, like, all those, like, asset rip, grabbed something off Unity, just went Unity, plug it in, minimum effort, roll it out, give it a name that looks almost exactly like the name of another game and hope to get some sales and that kind of things. I think that's where we're going to see, like, the generative AI stuff, is those really low effort, throw it out the door, that kind of thing stuff. If you think about that, you'd recommend looking up teaching tic-tacs to tic-tac-toe. The only difference is when you have the computational power to crunch large vector math problems. Right. But like I said, the big thing we're running into that OpenAI and them have come out and said already is the amount of data they have to train on to go that, like, one extra step, that even, like, iterative improvement on the quality of their output is getting substantially to the point that they're actually saying even if they could have, like, access to the whole internet, it might not be enough to get more than a step or two farther. That they're no longer getting the improvements they're aiming for, and they've actually had regressions when they've had to deal with stuff that they're not allowed to do. See, AI as a math solution has been solved like 100 years now. It's just the computational power has caught up to being able to do the huge math problems quickly. So if you're talking, like, AI, like actual AI, so not marketing term AI, we're nowhere near legitimate. It is an artificial intelligence. Even generative AI as a thing is not real AI. It is it's a prediction engine. So it's just guessing where the next pixel, where the next thing should go. Right, you're using the AI term as they use it. Yeah, I mean, I would agree that we're at the point that we have the like, that's the thing, we can do the computation, and eventually the cost will come down and they'll be able to do it cheaply. But I don't think we're anywhere near that. If we look at the rate that CPUs have been able to get faster processing and all that, they're not getting nearly as much per core improvements as they used to be. And then the more and more cores you cost at, the more and more power overhead you have, the more and more expense you have. Right, yeah, so it's not truly artificial intelligence. It's so much, I agree, it's algorithmic. It's kind of the same thing where like a lot of stuff like, you know, what is an algorithm? The terms have gotten fuzzier over the years. What is machine learning? The terms have gotten fuzzier over the years because it becomes a tech buzzword, so everyone slaps it on everything. So you have like the traditional thing that is what it actually is, and then everyone doing the marketing thing, which is because investors open their wallets when they hear the right word. Supermune is pretty good. I actually really hate the tech cycle of here's this week's buzzword, roll with it. Because, you know, machine learning is one, that was a buzzword, but it's actually a buzzword that had some substance behind it. Like, machine learning is a powerful and useful tech. We also had blockchain was a buzzword that isn't relevant for 99% of stuff out there. And man, doing the software development thing, I got real tired of being, it's like, how can we add blockchain to this? You don't. It doesn't make sense. That's like asking, how do I add asparagus to fire engines? I mean, I could put asparagus in a fire engine, but why? What would it do? You're using two words that are unrelated to each other. Did you get to deal with the Web 2.0 or Web 3.0? I was fortunate that the company I worked for by the time that Web 2.0 really started blowing up was literally a leading expert in teaching software development, as well as we had our own software development within house and all that. So when someone mentioned Web 2.0, it was almost a universal shut up and never speak of this again. To which the higher ups were like, okay, everyone kind of universally bullied against us. Let's leave that one alone. We have enough other things to chase. But when blockchain exploded, I was in a different company before that, and it was like, how can we add blockchain to this website that's doing like e-commerce? We don't. There's just, that serves no purpose. Blockchain does have a functional purpose. It is a very, very narrow one that is not applicable to like 99.99% of companies or governments or industries out there. The fireman could use the asparagus as the emergency fire extinguisher. It'd just smell funny. Right, the point is it doesn't add anything to it. We got asked to add machine learning to literally everything, and that's one of those ones, like, the machine learning was used as a buzzword as well, to get investors salivating. The catch is, machine learning does have value. It does have applicable purposes. 90% of the crap people were trying to shove it in, it didn't fit that. But the use cases for, like, large-scale data sets and all that, it is good. It is genuinely worth using. But I remember, like, people making websites, the example I give is, like, where people would get, you know, you could get your coffee cup and then print your family photo on it, and they're like, how can we add machine learning to this? You don't. You take a picture of a family and you shove it on a coffee cup, and you use whatever the printing technology that I don't know what is to emboss that, or not emboss it, that'd be, you'd shatter a coffee cup. Whatever the technology is to you laminate that coffee cup with, you use that. You don't need machine learning. And plus, as a company who's going to be selling these images, you know what you're not going to have? Remotely enough data to make the machine learning worthwhile. That's exactly, for someone to say AI shouldn't exist is the same sentence as saying you don't support what AI, you don't support and want to get rid of AI to be able to detect. Yeah, that's kind of thing. Like, so with the stuff like the medical things, when you're talking about the AI, it's being branded as AI now, but it's machine learning. Like if you look back at Watson, it was literally marketed as machine learning, which is the whole IBM technology where they could, they were hoping that they could just throw in a list of diagnostics and symptoms and it would spit out being like, hey, doctors, check these things out. It could be that, which is cool tech, because as big as the medical field is, there's no way humanly possible for anyone to be knowledgeable on all of the different slices of it. So it is a good thing to be able to pop in there and be like, hey, we've got this unknown issue, throw this in here, and have it spit out all the possible results, and then have the human brain going after the fact and be like, well, okay, that test is very cheap and uninvasive, we'll run that. That test is really cheap and uninvasive, we'll run that. That requires a bone marrow sample. That's about as invasive as you get. Maybe we'll bump that down the list. Maybe it's got good odds it could be that, but let's save the drilling into your bones to last. People are understandably a little uncomfortable with that procedure. But you're right, you get the society of people it causes and the jobs potentially destroys, but those are going away no matter what you do. Well, yeah, not some. We haven't had that conversation in a while. That even if you ignore like the full replacement of jobs using these things, generally speaking, we're getting better and better at producing end results with less and less resources applied to those things. And it has been predicted even before all of this stuff that we are moving to literally less people required to take care of all of our basic needs. And in that world, it's like, okay, but what do we do with all the people we don't need? And it's one of those things like it or not, we either take care of them or we basically kill them. Whether it's kill them from not providing them basic care and they die from inability to get it, or, we fund taking care of them. And that's been coming for a long time, and people argue that we're definitely past that line in a lot of cases. But do you wonder, what are they going to call AI if when someone ever generally figures it out? They'll probably give it something like, I don't know, it'll have like an extra thing. Now they started using AI for machine learning. Give me my Star Trek post-scarcity society, please. Yeah, I know, right? Where you're like, these problems are solved. We don't have to make money off of it. AI 365 with Copilot. I have had more than one company who are like, we've added AI to this. No, pulling all my data off of this, shutting it down, we're done with that. Yeah, and that's like legitimate AI. So not what's being marketed like AI. Legitimate AI as in, oh, you're talking about like the post-scarcity society? Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if there would be like literal wars required to get there. As much as I don't want to be a pessimist. But as far as like legitimate AI, like hitting singularity where, they're effectively unrecognizable between humanity and machine kind of thing. Very genuinely, we're talking a long time before that's a realistic thing. And I know people claim otherwise. You got to keep in mind a lot of the people claiming otherwise are claiming it to their investors or potential investors, and most of them are not the most reputable people. It's like a lot of these stuff that is being presented as like really solid AI, that's the stuff that down the road we're figuring out they actually had human beings working behind the scenes, feeding the AI stuff that was being presented as real AI. That was my favorite. I can't remember what company was that. That was like, it's just this past year that supposedly they created a, indistinguishable from humanity generative AI for text. And when they got in trouble for other legal stuff, it came out that literally they just had effectively a call center, so when you were putting in prompts that they were responding like actual human beings. So the AI was effectively being outsourced to normal people. which is just that's an Onion News article in itself right there. Like Tesla controlled robots. Oh yeah, that again, they had like human beings behind that. We're only a year away from fully automated driving cars. Just like we have been for the last 20 years. Exactly. I do feel like for the technology replacing stuff, I do feel like cars actually are one we could do. For those who don't know, when it comes to a job being automated or not automated, it's generally speaking, the less decision making you have, that's like legitimate decision making that you have to figure out net new unique problems, the better suited it is for automation. That's the reason why stuff like customer service, automating that is extremely hard to do with any success, because people are by their very nature very chaotic and unpredictable. Whereas for stuff like cars, generally speaking, at any time you have a list of rules you're following. The thing that gets you in the middle is those gray areas like, you know, the road gets swept away. That's an unpredictable thing. That's where the AIs are going to fail the most because they have to predict the unpredictable. But yeah, so jobs that are very straightforward, predictable, like warehousing jobs, are very routine and predictable. Manufacturing jobs are very routine and predictable. Do you hit the grandma or the kid? Always grandma. Always grandma. Nothing against grandma, but that's an easily solved logic problem. When you have a ruthlessly cold-hearted machine that just always does the math. Both maximize the points. Kids are worth more points. They move faster. Yep. Let's see, to be fair, the last two world wars saw the largest jumps in global technology. In the 20th century, you thought the conflict kills millions is good. You figured out how to make daily life better. Yeah, no, that's for better or worse, some of the things that advance technology the most is pornography is one of the things that advances technology the most. War is one of the things that advances technology the most. Like, it's not a very comfortable thing to think about, but it is true. I'm not advocating we should just kick off a bunch of wars to kick technology ahead, because there's actually a thing to be said about having enough time to understand the ramifications of the advancement of technology to learn to adapt and live with it. There is certainly something to be said there. And I would like, by the time we figure out weapons that are capable of ending all human life, that we're in a society suited to handle the existence of weapons that can end all human life, and how they should never be used for fairly straightforward reasons. So you're saying we need to make more porn? Got it? Hey. Alright, another baby on the way. We already have those weapons? Yes and no. Like, don't get me wrong, yes, if we had the planet deployed its nuclear arsenal, yes, we could basically make the world completely unlivable. But not a single person being able to push one single red button and be like, the world deleted. It requires a lot of red buttons to be pushed. Don't get me wrong, one person with one big red button can certainly jack up the world pretty bad. But full on eradication of human life as we know it. Fortunately, no one person has that power. Eventually, though, we could get to that point. That is the danger, is as we advance like power technology to be able to be more and more efficient, to make larger and larger scale and more efficient power. The difference between power in the good way and power in the bad way is just, whether it's controlled or not. True, but one big red button being pushed that leads to all the others being pushed in response. Yeah. That's the catch. Like, that's one of the things that's terrifying that during the Cold War that they had an instant. I'm gonna get the details wrong, but there was a situation where there was I can't remember what it was. There's some military center that was misreading, and it misread as if there had been a large-scale deployment of nuclear arms against the United States. And at the moment, like, the instruction was, hey, if this happens, you retaliate. And fortunately, the person looking at it was like, there's no way that's legitimate. Like, something is wrong. There is no way that there's been this unprovoked, mass deployment of nuclear armaments, and basically went against what their stuff was. It was actually Russia? Okay, it was actually Russia. Okay. Okay, so I have it backwards. So it was Russia. But basically that their sensors had basically told them that there had been a nuclear deployment and they were supposed to deploy back. And they were like, no, we're not doing it. Like, clearly this is a mistake. Like, there would be no reason for this. And they refused. Because if they had, it would have been that potentially cascading, they fire some nukes and we fire some nukes and they fire some nukes, and then sooner or later it gets to full escalation. So, like, legitimately someone is being like, this isn't right. Insubordination. Did they make a movie of that? They probably did. It would be a good one to make a movie of if they didn't already. But that's part of one of the things that they've been moving for is all these nuclear deals happening in politics. A lot of that's been saying, all right, here's the deal. I've got my stack of 120 nukes. You've got your stack of 120 nukes. I'll get rid of 20 if you get rid of 20. And then, a whole bunch of back and forth goes and they get rid of 20. And that's what a lot of these nuclear deals have been, is about disarming yourself of nukes. They still have some, but like trying to reduce the total volume of nukes that everyone has. Fully eliminating that is going to be a whole thing. You think denuclearization is dead after the Ukraine war? I unfortunately don't disagree that we are likely going to see a significant escalation in arms, because unfortunately we've got someone who's literally playing Conquestor. I am not making 53 hats and then delivering them. That's not happening. Yeah, it's almost as if when someone becomes a bully and starts escalating wars for taking terrain, it kind of hurts peace. But we don't need to dig into that a whole lot. Knowing Hollywood, they would change it to the US rather than the Soviets. Oh yeah. I don't disagree at all. There's a lot of stuff that's misrepresented in media when they do retellings of that. Living in nuke-free New Zealand? Yeah. That's why the movie hasn't been made of it. Well, I mean, all you do is you just change the names and then say inspired by a real story. And everyone would be like, it's legitimate! And then pop in there, even though inspired by a real story means, in the very loosest terms, someone somewhere, somehow, could interpret as being somewhat related to this original story. Even if thematically and everything else has nothing to do with the real story. There's a lot of stuff that does the inspired by real story that is genuinely close. But there's also a lot of it's like, what was similar about it? A boat got stuck at sea. What else? That is the entire thing that was similar. A boat got stuck at sea, and it may have had 12 people on it. Everything from that on is creative thing. Let's see, USA had their own nuclear oopsies. They lost a few nukes off a plane in the continental US. Let's see, oh neat, nuclear fact. Did you know the Titanic wreck was found because the team hired to do it was hired to find Russian nuclear sub that sank? And the Titanic wreck was a cover story? I hadn't heard that. I'm usually dubious of those kind of things. When you hear that kind of stuff, usually a lot of times when you circle back around to it, it ends up being not quite accurate is the way I'd phrase it. Where is it actually happening? It pointed to me over here. Oh, it's this back room over here. Okay, so who's the most ahead? You. So even get over there and pop that door in time. You're probably expendable. And then for the rest of them, we don't have a great bottleneck that can hit that area. Because unfortunately I didn't mine back this way yet. Cocaine Bear was inspired by a real story? Gotcha. Okay, so let's grab everyone else, shove them back here. We grab, again, you're the closest. You pop that door. So your goal is to pop the door and then run like hell. And I don't think you're going to make it in time, which is going to be unfortunate for you, because I'm not too worried or motivated into preventing this. And just get back here. Come on, before they see you. Oh, perfect. We actually did make it. So what you're going to do is, because you're still expendable, you're going to stand here, and you're going to fire a shot at the first thing that pops out of there. Okay, that should have their attention. Run. I wish I had lights so you could actually see what's happening. Normally I'd want to have the whole length. I'd get a lot more fire time on stuff before it closes in. This should still be fine. It's not that bad of infestation. We might have someone get downed, maybe lose a limb. We are close enough we can friendly fire each other. Or far enough. We're getting to that point. I need to stop bringing everyone. Okay, so let's check on our injuries. Scratch to the torso. You got it the worst. You got a bunch of little cuts. Otherwise, okay. So we're going to grab everyone and free them up. And then meanwhile, you lot go stand in there and deal with the one remaining bug in there. Let's see. Little scary to the global war front. We have the US and Australia keeping an eye on China expecting an invasion of Taiwan. At any point in the coming years, we might have going on Russia-Ukraine. Korea War still is only a ceasefire. Yeah, and there's a lot of escalation. We don't need to dig into that too much. Just kind of one of those things that very quickly that can become not particularly chill vibes time. Because, you know, surprise, surprise, war, kind of a stressful topic for a lot of people. Gotcha. Okay, so it was a thing? It's one of those things, like, it wasn't saying it wasn't true. It's just usually when you have those things that get kind of conspiracy-esque, the vast majority of them end up not being a real thing. There are legitimate conspiracies that happen. So it's usually those ones, it's like, you know, grain of salt, all that, you know, go through and try and find a credible source and all that. But yeah, we cannot dig into the fact that there's, like, literally real-life wars going on and all that. Okay. Was that friendly fire? No. Oh, it was the one spider that we missed. Alright. Sensory mechanites. Cool. Oh, just one? Oh, are you sickly? Alright, well, I mean, at least you got a useful sickness, I guess. And Server Lord became an adult. Alright, so you're a hard worker, very neurotic. I hate all of this. Because Brawler's not bad, but I've already got a decent number of melee people, and I don't want to make you a Brawler without Tough or Nimble or any of that. Slowpoke is terrible. Slow Learner is pretty annoying. Pyromaniac. Honestly, with you having the Flamethrower, I'm going to go for Pyromaniac. Okay, and you actually have 3 skills you can work on with this. So you are... Sorry, not industrious. You are a hard worker, very neurotic. So you're going to craft like no one's business. Honestly, shooting won't matter. You're using a freaking flamethrower. I don't actually know where I want to put this last point. I don't think it really matters that much. Put 2 on social. It's fine. Okay, so schedule. And with that, Server Lord, you are no longer on Team Children. You're Team Adult. Welcome to being responsible. I know. I hate it too. So Calaria Star can help with growing. We already said we need a grower, so Calaria Star is our new grower. Server Lord is capable of mining. Yeah, so you're going to be our crafter. Cool. I gotta get to bed. Alright. Bellicasa, you have yourself a good one. And it's been nice chatting.
Yay. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you for the 100 bits. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mind having that. It's only when we get into, like, modern politics that's like, alright, this is where it gets dicey. Because usually, for those who haven't been here before, I don't have a strictly no politics policy. I do have a policy that we don't talk about any, like, existing political figure, party, and then usually not, like, individual current bills and all that. Just because it is a thing that, you know, someone calls out a party and says bad, and then everyone, like, that, it immediately turns into, you know, people just yelling at each other. You stop having meaningful conversation. Not that we shouldn't have discussions out largely about, like, goods and bads different people and all that are doing. It's just one of those things that this is not a place where you can have a meaningful conversation, unfortunately, when you get into that kind of nitty-gritty. You hate when your house party is bad? Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, but as far as, like, general thing, like, talking about historic stuff can also be a lot of fun. Because it's really easy to look back at past events, you know, from our perspective now and all that. Oh! I know I've told people about this. One thing I find amusing and both fascinating and everything, I didn't realize I have no light in here, oh man, where did I read about it? It was a newspaper from the turn of the century, from the 17 to the 18, no, that's wrong, 18 to the 1900s, about what they figured we would be accomplishing in the next 100 years. Because this is a time when electricity is just becoming widespread, you know, the introduction to a lot of industry is, like, popping out and everything. And so this is a time of, like, very significant technological advancement. And they're like, in the next 100 years, by the year 2000, the things we could do is we could manage to make the entire planet a temperate climate if we want. We could climate control the entire planet. Also, by the year 2000, we would be able to get from New York City to Paris in under a week. And you're like, one of those came true. Probably not the one you expected. One of those came true. We can actually do significantly better than a week to get between New York and Paris. We can do that in single-digit hours now. Which is something that really is something that would just be mind-blowing, because they didn't think about the fact that we could be able to fly. Speaking of history, remember that time that RimWorld, when your colony was invaded by bugs? Like 10 minutes ago? Yeah. That's, I have whatever I do a mountain base, which isn't super often. People are like, aren't you scared of infestations? Like, nah, man, you get a choke point. Infestation's not that big a deal. You just need choke points. Once you got choke points, it's very manageable. Let's see, we're on our way to temperature control the entire planet. I would argue we're on to temperature not control the entire planet. So one could argue we're on the other way to making entire planet a single climate. Yes, molten. Okay, so we have finished investigating the... Oh no, we didn't finish. We got to the point we can manually trigger it. Oh no, we can disable it. Yeah, so we are going to disable the cloning obelisk. It's a fun one to meme with and all that. I'm not going to have the ability to take super advantages. Your one problem with infestations, they break your stuff. That is true. Like, if we have an infestation target here, it just wrecks things. That is a thing that you do just run into problems where... Did you knock down Mother? Did you knock down... Who knocked down Mother? Who needs to die? Look. We have you as guests. And you caused her to miscarry? Okay. Does this say I can kill them without consequence? This is an important detail. What is the rules of this particular quest? Because there might be an arranged accident. Where is the quest details here? They may die in battle without consequence. Sir? You? What is the most dangerous animal we have on the map? We are not doing well in dangerous animals. Literally, there's only one animal I think will meaningfully fight back. You, sir, you need to go punch stuff. This is not going to be accepted material. So we are going to arrange for an accident to happen. Because you punched Mom. Nobody punches Mom. I don't care if we're giving away a useful person. We're just gonna keep punching stuff until it stops working out for you. Okay, good. So they have fallen down. And we're gonna schedule everyone is restricted to the safe zone. I don't want to see anyone who's trying to rescue right now. Oh, that's not so trying to rescue. You're trying to crawl the whole way back home to bed. Meanwhile, we'll have a party. I need you to stop successfully dragging yourself home. No. You're not done yet. Go back and punch that fox some more. There we go. Disease infection, don't care. Now, if I strip them, I just take like a huge penalty. So we're just gonna let him just go about his way. We need to protect Mom, and we live in a mountain. Are we mountain folk? Yes. I see nothing wrong with this claim. Oh, we actually had a lot of those bodies rot. Huh. Alright. I mean, it was a lot of bugs. It's most likely they just didn't manage to get to them in time. Okay, you're allowed to go back out. Would you look at that? An accident happened. So sad. Such a really... Oh, I didn't even realize there's a shotgun up there. Such a sad thing. So that was the person who attacked Mother. We don't permit that. No one attacks Mom. Can't believe he just ran off and messed with a fox. What was he thinking? I know, right? It's a real shame. Real shame, that one. The worst thing... Well, and then, added bonus, the fox ate his head. So, the real sad thing here is, this person had 10 shooting and 10 melee, and they were in, like, you know, they were in recon armor and all that, and they straight up died to a fox. The fox isn't even going to die from it. The fox is totally chill and fine. The fox is living its best, somewhat bruised life. Alright. In the meantime... Yeah, you almost died, man. Didn't even just hurt Mother. Dang near killed her. That'd be like kind of the worst way for this run to get completely screwed over. It'd be just like really, really a sucky way for it to be like a social fight kills the mother of the colony with some random guest. Without telling anyone, we had no way of knowing they were in trouble. They were a Marine. Yup. Solid, like Marines solidly lost the fight against just an ordinary fox. So what I do think we're going to do is we're going to go and put everyone back to restriction to the safe area. Oh, I missed that there's like 2 more all the way down here that we weren't even putting in recreation. I forgot when you get so many people, you end up having it where it scrolls. Those people could have easily gotten themselves killed. That's fine. Oh, you should be home zoned. You should be safe zone. Well, actually, all of you can just be home zoned now. Stop social fighting my colonists. At least this one... Yeah, look at that. Lux already won that fight, you Marine. Drew blood on you. You're, like, too honorable to bite. You need to learn how to really fight. Soon as you're not near death's door with how many injuries you've sustained, we're gonna go poke the things that go bump in the night so we can get a second bioferry generator up so we can start expanding our base some more. Because right now I don't have the power to power up more lights. And so I want to get that, you know, we need to get that set up because eventually we're going to roll the Noctil event, and if we don't have that sorted, that'll be pretty messy. You think the Empire's found the way to fight the mountain folk, social fighting? Hey, Harry, have a good one. Pity there's no mess with the family, you mess with the whole family mechanic. Start a social fight with one, the next thing you get swamped by 20 kids. To be fair, you're not super far off. Because we definitely have that 5 that are definitely still kids. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're at roughly 9. Sorry, we are at 10 who would be considered minors out of our colony of 17. So you aren't wrong that it's a very large number of kids in this place. A lot of them are in like RimWorld kids. So for those who actually don't know, if we find the if you actually look at them, they'll be slightly different between if they're under or over 18. Like their head is a little higher when they're 18. Otherwise, like the torso's the same. There is a reduced amount of hit points they have on their limbs and all that, I believe, until they're 18. And when they're 18, then the whole thing. You're 44. You're still a kid to your parents. They're all kids. I know that feeling. Yep. Okay. So you're probably getting pretty close. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You're in good enough shape that we can do this. So, void provocation. 100%. We'll let you sit that out so you can keep recovering. And so we're gonna go here. Everyone's restricted to the home zone. Because I really don't need to go outside the home zone anymore. Also, just queue up hunting on literally everything. If it wanders into the home zone, it's chosen its own fate. So the big danger we could run into here is if it ends up being gray flesh. Now, usually with gray flesh, they'll have some way of triggering it, so you might get like a small attack of sight stealers or whatever, or you'll have like one person show up to join the colony. But we'll give it a minute. In the meantime, just as a precaution, who is our cook? So Conrite is both cook and doctor for the moment. Alright, never mind, we know what it is. So, just by process of elimination, we do know that this obelisk here is the teleport obelisk. Because we've got all three here. So, this obelisk is one that there's a number of ways to deal with it. This is actually one you can just skip to the finish line and just attack it to forcefully teleport a bunch of your people over. I want to research it in the meantime. Once it gets to the point of accidentally teleporting someone, then we will just run up and attack it. Growth moment on Earthstone. Let's see. So you're gonna get social and crafting, and I will go for neurotic since it looks like I'm gonna move you into crafting. Great memory is a really good choice as well, but I'm gonna go with this way. We have got to clean that room out. We almost have an orbly inserted Stonehenge. Yeah. We are getting quite a few of them. I just realized. Because you mentioned the orbital thing, I'm like, oh yeah, I've got enough of these. We can get that all set up. Now, I don't have the power for it, but that's the solution. It does actually look like we're getting a decent number of these. I'm going to try tossing one of those down. I think we are going to slowly lose power and all that. Please don't accidentally shoot it. It's because they keep hunting all the animals that run up. Oh, also, you are free to wander around the map again. Meteorite granite. It is a thing I'm curious with. If we keep leaving this alone, how long till we get the meteorites enough that they actually plug up the map and we just have people mine through? Because what'll happen is when a raid happens, they'll just chip through it and get in like they did here. That's silver. That's actually worth something. I don't really need the money right now. I'll probably regret it immediately after I don't do that. Yep. Yeah, Fractal is sponsoring the channel. For those who don't know who Fractal is, they do make computer cases, cooling systems like the fans, water cooling. They make chairs and headsets and all sorts of good stuff. Please stop social fighting every one of my people. Oh, never mind. You're social fighting each other? Yeah, go for that. That's fine. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Because you have a moderate psychic drone going on. The good news is they'll be short-lived. I have to keep their happiness high enough. If it gets worse, I do have some Mind Numb serum laying around. Yeah, so we don't have enough power to run all these things. That'd give us 250. Let's toggle the power on that. Okay, it didn't turn on as much as I had hoped. We can toggle the power on this. Okay, Now with that, I should be able to toggle those on. They won't have enough power to run right now, but I don't really care. The point is now I'll be able to trade with the trading console thing, and then that'll be good. Yeah, as soon as someone hauls some fuel in there, then we should be more than good for whatever power we want. Okay. And I know there's all that steel there. Eventually we'll end up mining that out. Oh my god, you're so terrible. Oh, you're trying to hit on Donkey Duff constantly being shot down. And now you're throwing a fit over it. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? Let me go ahead and do this. For those who don't know, Treacle, another fantastic creator on the platform. Also plays a lot of RimWorld, among other things, so definitely go check them out. Also been playing some blueprints and all that. So if any of that sounds good, you know where to find it, and you should check them out. Definitely good times. Yeah, so Nick been lurking, waking, getting up, ready. Really pleased to see you avenge Mother Dearest. Exactly. That dude assaulted Mother Dearest. And honestly nearly killed her. So we had to take care of that. That was not approved behavior. Would you go eat something and stop throwing a fit? Okay, so Mohan Rai is going to be all upsetty spaghetti because they spent the last half hour being yelled at and insulted constantly. It's hard to see because everyone's name's down to just 2 characters. Honestly, your mood is holding up despite having 10 stacks of insulted at minus 33. That's how well our colony is doing right now, is that even with the minus 33, your mood is not even in the break at all point. Okay, ooh, okay, hang on. What do we got here? Let's see. If you do, an enemy site will stop nearby. They'll have a psychic suppressor. Psychic suppressor with 10 turrets, 1 mortar, and 2 Yetkin will defend the site from an unknown threat. That's a pretty significant site to fight. Honestly, we could roll in there if I had assault rifles and all that, or sniper rifles, even bolt rifles. I'm going to just skip it. The plasteel was nice and all that, but depending on where that appears with the caravan, technically it could drop over here. And if so, I have to go all the way out and around, which would be like a 10-day journey. I need that psychic drone to go away. It's going to cause me to fail this. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, all I had to do was ask. That's it. I just asked and it was all fine. Let that be a lesson to you, chat. Anytime things aren't going your way, just be like, I would like these to go my way. And then they do. It's just that easy. It does happen on the stream way more often than you'd think, where it's just like, oh man, I really need this to happen. And then after I mentioned it, it just kind of happens. To be fair, that was overdue to happen anyways. So we'll get all that. So we'll have the lights in there. Look at the power run there. And food-wise, we seem fine. I need to win, $10 million. And suddenly you find a lottery ticket. It's like, well, yeah, didn't work for you. It's a shame. If only things worked that easy. That's like, Was it Bruce Almighty? Where one of the things everyone's wishing to win the lottery, so they have like several thousand people win the lottery or something. It's like this ridiculous number of people win the lottery, so they all get like $20 or something like that. And it leads to rioting in the street. Alright, so good news is we are actually managing to keep them happy enough that we aren't going to fail the quests. And you leave in 2 hours, which is perfect. Save progress, the investigate, it's the same thing. It's just like, it's from a faraway machine. But yeah, that's a teleport one. So that one, eventually will teleport one of our people into like a maze. Okay, we got lancers popping out and all that. That's perfect, because you know what I don't want to deal with? I don't want to deal with that at all, and we've got expendable people who can deal with that. So let's grab all of our people and get them into position for a fight. I'll fix them in a moment. Meanwhile, you stay safely behind cover-ish. You all, expendable people, can stand right front and center. On Server Lord, I guess you just stand back. Oh. Groots is gonna die. I'll try to rescue you, Groots, but you got caught out there. I need to not let them be out farther than home zone at this point. Shuttle has arrived. Don't shoot the shuttle. Don't attack the shuttle. So we got 7 in-game hours to rescue Groot. We should be okay. I should be able to do that. Okay, you two get behind cover. Grab that body and move it before that door gets stuck open. Okay, so all of you, so thank you for your final contributions to the colony. Now I'm going to please ask you to get the hell out. Next up, go, so Mandible's already on it, so we're already good. We've already got someone on it. You took a hit, I don't care about that. No, don't rest. Oh, I see. Sorry, you stay restricted to the home zone. You are unrestricted now. So all of you, get the hell out of my colony. I said get the hell out of my colony. Oh, that's kind of messed up. So only the leadership can get on the shuttle. The rest are just being abandoned here. So yeah, so Mandible's rescuing you. Well, that's mighty unfortunate for the rest of you. So we can have you apply, apply, apply. Okay, and you're already doctoring them. Yeah, so we should be fine. Can you self-tend to crawling? No. When they're crawling, they're considered downed. And they can't do anything else like that. Yeah, so you took a shot in the leg with the charge lance, but otherwise they're good. That said, chat, what I'm going to try and really fast do... I fell behind and I can't snooze the ads. I'm going to try really fast to try and rush this out. I don't think I can do it in time. It's only 1 minute to the ad break, so I've waited too long. Because it'll take me over a minute to raid out. So I'll get, we'll stream a little bit longer. I don't want to do the thing where, like, middle of the ad I raid out and just doing that. I was trying to, I wanted to do one more encounter, and then it's just I lost track of time. It's fine. But I'll go a bit over the normal time. I'm already 50 minutes over, but I'll go a bit more than that before we raid out and find someone else who's got stuff going on. Oh, also go orders, allow, you go, yeah, it's all outside the zone. Yeah, we're gonna start restricting them to stay inside the home zone after we pick that up. And the reason I'm doing that is, as you saw, we had someone down here and they got caught out. That's gonna be an easy way to lose people. It's just gonna get worse as the run goes on because, the wealth will get higher and higher, the more and more dangerous raids we'll get, and yada yada. And there's just not a need to be out here that far. It could be a thing that when we need the plasteel, I might have to send people. But it is what it is. Alright, so instead of hunting, you'll never do hauling. It's fine. I don't want you to haul anyways. It's just a machine pistol. I've got plenty of good stuff in here. I really need to be getting up to stuff like chain shotguns and all that so we can take advantage of that. I imagine our colony wealth is just exploding with like all the art we're doing and how much we're expanding the base. What are we up to? Honestly, not as high as I thought. We're only at about 180,000. I was expecting to be a bit higher than that, like 220,000 was what I was kind of thinking. Please don't leave that in the door. Like, that is the only place that is a mistake is that door. Okay. And we're still using the wool as fast as we're getting it, but we are actually getting that now. Okay, go equip your machine pistol. Oh, that's too far. Just go in here and grab a shotgun or something. That's good enough. Yeah, this is set up with chain shotguns in mind. That's why it's such a close range thing. The idea is we'll get enough people to raid here that whatever walks in is just going to get blasted immediately. But we're not quite there yet. Honestly, for the medicine, let's go to your work. So for right now, drop your priority on maintaining the dryads on both of you. Because I got enough medicine, I don't need more. It's just going to take a lot more time to do it. So I'd rather those two work on basically literally anything else. Hopefully soon we get lucky and get smithing and the machining table done. The random research, it just takes time. Alright, so we're dropping everyone back so they're in the home zone. I believe... sorry. Yes, it does cover that. Meanwhile, I don't know why that's in the home zone. We'd want to get that out of there. Cool. So we did our void provocation. Let's not worry about anything else. Well, actually, I already have something up. Let's not, because I forgot this thing here. We probably don't want to void provocate while that's still up on our map. We did just have a threat, so this isn't a bad time to deliberately trigger that. So we can trigger on our terms. The big challenge we're going to have with this one is just the fact that you have no control over who gets sent, and we have a lot of kids. So there's a good chance it'll send one of the kids. Let's just run everyone over here real fast. And just start blasting it to forcefully activate it. Because that'll teleport a bunch of people away. And then we can deal with that maze. All right. The good news is we have enough people here that shouldn't be too bad to figure things out. So let everyone eat really fast because a lot of people are hungry. And we're going to start bringing people together. So you can start forcing that door open. You can start forcing this door open. And what we're trying to do is somewhere in this maze, we've got stuff going on. These two are children. Let's not have them worry about stuff. You force that door open towards the kids. You can just lay down for right now, I guess. You start forcing this door open. You two force that door open. Okay, so basically we're trying to get everyone to group up with each other so that I have a bunch of people as one big fighting force and not a bunch of random individuals. Yeah, so you should get your door open first, and that'll get you two together. Then you can start working your way down to Groots. We'll get Groots over here, then we'll start working our way over there. Start forcing that door open. Okay. Are some of those our cave alpaca? Yeah, a lot of them are cave alpaca. I forgot, here they'll have a bunch of goodies in their inventory, so you can actually get some pretty solid stuff out of these. And this ends up being a really good place to get some loot sometimes. I was hoping that was a lung. Okay, so you start working on those two. You've got this door open. You can start opening that door, and that'll connect all of you. Then we need to start connecting the east-west here. Okay, so we do actually have one finger spike in there. I actually don't care. It's by our boomalope. If it aggresses against it, it means nothing to me. Okay, we got tons of food laying around. We got all this. Most of this should all teleport out when we get out of here, if I remember correctly. Ooh, chain shotgun. Time for an upgrade. You're working on that, you're working on these. You start working on that door. So you start working on this door. Pop open that box. Now, any of them reaches the thing at the end, then that'll get us out of here. Like, we don't have to have all of them get to the same place. Anyone activates it, that's good enough. And they'll just teleport literally everything back and just dump it on the ground back at our main base. Sunshine force a door. Okay. So as you can see, I'm just popping doors everywhere. These two, I believe, will connect us to both areas. I'm wrong. That's pretty close. Alright, we got ourselves a lung, so when we get out of here, we can replace the missing lung. That's a win. We don't need to go that way. How are your needs doing? You go and take care of yourself for a minute. We'll keep some people popping doors, we'll let some rest and eat and all that. Alright, so a lot of people are going to need to start stopping to rest here in a minute. Alright, and that looks like it's going to connect all of those. Actually, I don't think we can close that door. Hey, Gloria, I want you to sleep over here, okay? Okay, letting everyone have themselves a quick rest. As we find someone who's actually rested up a bit, I will send them to pop doors and all that. Yes, those are all doors to be forced open. Yes, I've got just the one room up here and another room over there. Otherwise, it's all on the south end here. Okay. Alright, we'll start sending Serverlord around to pop some doors for a minute. Okay, so we don't need to pop any of that. Once we see the other one start moving around. Okay. So you need some food. You're a child, so I'm going to keep you out of the worst of it. Same with you. So let the children just wander for right now. Okay, you're gonna eat your food. So you can't walk to there. Right, because that's still split off into a separate area. So we'll start working on down here, seeing if we can connect stuff. Yeah, Psychic Emanator, count me in. That's one of the best rewards I found in one of these before. Groot's Twig. Start forcing this door open. Okay. So we're probably getting pretty close to where it's at because there's not really that many more rooms to go to. So start forcing that door open. Major break risk on you because you observed a lot of rotting corpses and you need recreation. We're not going to find much recreation here, and that's an unfortunate reality. Alright, for you, go pop this door. For Sunshine, go pop that door. There's really not much space left for me to explore here. There we go. You do what you like for a minute. You do what you like for a minute. Go about your business and activate. Cool. Alright, so we're unrestricting everyone for a minute to take care of this. We did get 2 enemies. One of them spawned inside my base, which is definitely not what we want. And one of them spawned way down there. We go send the, someone in there to kill them. They'd go down pretty easy. Okay, you get your stuff sorted. And then the other 2, you'll get there and deal with that one. And then orders. Allow all. Yeah, so we got some real big goodies out of that one. That was incredibly lucrative for us. Colonists have returned. Nice, love to see it. And we got ourselves a new thing there. And meanwhile, everyone else is working on their stuff. Yeah, by the time you get some rest and all that, you should be good. Same with here. Do you want the missing a hominid platform? Ideology. Misk. It's not something here, is it? Where's our art bench? Art bench should be there. Equals large shrine. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. There you are. Do I have enough jade for it? 200? Yep. Yeah, no, you're good. I just overlooked it. All right. Meanwhile, we can go over here. Cool. Entity, maintain only. And that'll get us a little bit more bioferrite coming in. And a lot of them should start to get sorted out soon. They're getting their sleep and all that. They need the recreation. They should get that platform going relatively soon. We'll get that all sorted out. Exotic goods trader ship. Love to see it. So let's go ahead and hit that. And then we need to get that lung. Alright, so let's see here. Take the drugs. I don't need them. Take the tree seeds, I don't need them. We don't have the stuff for the gene pack set up yet. Personal shields, I'll take that book because why not? A medical book wouldn't be the worst. So the kidney we can get rid of. We have a lung. I'm not going to get rid of the spare just in case we botch the surgery. And honestly, I don't think we need most of the rest of the stuff. So I'll take the money. So go grab the book. That's the only one that can rot there. Meanwhile, Groot's is the one who has a lung missing. So let's operations add. Install lung right. And get like our best doctor on that. So we don't waste our lungs. Alright, look, man. You're a good doctor. Excellent. Love to see it. Lung is already recovered. So with that said, let's actually call them back up. And offer them that other lung. Because the odds we have a bunch of people popping lungs and not dying is pretty low. And we've got another exotic trades good person here as well. Love to see it. So let's see here. We have a lung. Thank you. They've got tons of mushrooms laying around everywhere. They just need to actually get cooked. We'll need more dedicated haulers and all that kind of stuff. Alright, another trade caravan. Okay, so I'll take the Glitter World because I always want the Glitter World. Let's see here. I'll show you my poor quality statue. And honestly, again, you don't have much I want. Just give me that glitter. Meanwhile, where's the emanator thing? It's gonna be in here. There you go. And honestly, probably the best place for this. Let's tuck it right here in the nursery. Because the likelihood of the nursery getting targeted is pretty low. It would cover most of my my fighting area and a bit of my hospital and my production room. That's actually, I could also just shove it in the hospital. It might even be better. Shove it like, I mean, ideally I want to cover the combat area so we don't have people breaking during the fight. I feel like way out here though it's just going to become collateral damage. I think we'll leave it in the nursery. That'll be enough. It'll cover all but like this little bottom corner here of the defensive position. It'll cover the entire production room and people spend a lot of time standing in there. Then later on what I can potentially do is put one up here in the hospital to, well actually, yeah, somewhere in this area, like either up here or in like that area so it covers all of this. If we end up getting more of them, that really kind of depends. Man, that proved to be extremely lucrative obelisk. Okay, so I think I got more than enough alpaca at this point. And they're all male, so I don't have to worry about them breeding out of control and ending up with hundreds of them. Dead Life Dust. Okay, and with that we can take the one that was being researched here. You're on maintain only. Oh, one of you got away, so... yeah, maintain only. So we're looking all good there. The colony continues to grow. It's really well set up now. How are you doing? You got another kid on the way. Research-wise, we're doing pretty good. We got geothermal going on. I do need to get the fancier research bench, which we were holding off on that because it didn't have the power. I was going to put it right there, but I realized I put this here. And I can't move you. So what we can do here is, if you build your research bench in a clean room, it gets a bonus. So I'm just going to shove that in the hospital. I feel like the beds we have there right now are probably sufficient. By the time I want to expand, the hospital will probably have hospital beds. You're already eating a large amount of the power out of there. They've got all that built. They're already smoothing it out. It's looking good. The freezer is not looking particularly good, which is a little alarming. That's a lack of hauling. So we're gonna need another dedicated hauling cleaning pawn. We're getting to that point where we look at our work schedule. Oh, wait, you gauged up to being able to craft stuff. You don't have, like, jog or anything, right? No. Yeah, you have neurotic, so I definitely want you doing that. Yeah, so there's a good chance Mohan Rai will become our Narc hauler cleaner. Okay. What about our cooks? We've got you two sitting there. Server Lord can cook. I'll put that as a 3. Even though I doubt they'll ever get to it. And so you're still lugging more bodies out of here from who knows where. Okay, so one other thing we're going to do is stockpile up here. I'm going to clear that out. Copy of sayings from this one. Paste it up here. We're going to get rid of this. That way we start keeping the corpses up here for the animals so that they're up in this area. What we can also do is, while you shouldn't generally do this, you shouldn't generally put your butcher's table in with the stoves. And then the reason for that is just the fact that the butcher's table makes a mess, and if you have a mess in your kitchen, you have a higher risk of food poisoning. I'm not super worried about it, though, because very genuinely, we aren't butchering much in the way of animals. Alright. A cougar is self-tame and chosen death, as they do. Alright, so I'd definitely say, for only having put in like 4-ish hours today on RimWorld after we finished with Split Fiction, we did get this whole like block of bedrooms finished. Our freezer is online. We did get our new break room. We got a bunch of stuff up here. We've got our better research bench going as well. So at this point, we can go ahead and deconstruct this one and flip this over. I think we added, what? 2 or 3 more kids to the colony. A bunch of them aged up. We knocked out 2 or 3 more anomaly events. We've got our second bioferry generator online, more alpaca. Our food is stabilizing, a bunch of levels in the whole thing. So it's definitely a very productive day and all that. The things we're still hurrying on is research is definitely not as far along as I would like it to be. Like, we're getting a bunch of random stuff from books and all that. But it is a thing that we are lagging on a bunch of stuff. So, like, we really need to get smithing, machining. I need to get those. That's blocking a lot of stuff. I would really like to get hydroponics. Would be another really big win for us. And a hospital bed would be solid, but the ground penetrating scanner would be a big one. Because we've got a lot of that. So we got a lot of research to keep going. For as many people here as we've got, I don't really have people who are being particularly good about being dedicated research. I think Conrad's our cook. Like, it's basically I got a lot of people who are multitasking, and I don't have anyone who is just researching. So it's kind of filling in as able, like Doppelganger's doing right now. What is your priorities here, Doppelganger? You grow stuff, and then you research as able. But you get the idea. I've got a lot of people all moonlighting as research, but not very many dedicated people. So I think the people we need now is I need a dedicated researcher, and I need I'm not sending you 6 colonists. Get the heck out of here. 6 colonists is too many adults that have a colony of like 10 children and like 3 adults keeping supervision over them. But with all that said, though, I've already gone longer than I should have, so we're going to be wrapping up here. So if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here on the channel. And that is how this whole thing works. If you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. I don't have a host already planned and all that, so I do apologize about that, but don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and throw up my ending stream screen and seeing who